What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive.
ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I'm welcoming all of the viewers who are gathering with us on Nithyananda TV and Kailasa TV, and all of the viewers who are with us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter, as well all of the celebrated Kailasians who are joining with us from across the world in different time zones in the different Kailasas, the de facto spiritual embassies, as well, and the different Devalayas, Annalayas, the Goshalas, Gurukuls, which are all across the world and joining us for this special program today. During this live event on this platform, I understand many of you are new. I welcome each and every one of you as well. I know that all of you are feeling an extraordinary yearning for something deeper in your life. And no matter what it comes down to, no matter if we are searching for name and fame, we're searching for status, and we're searching for a higher position in society, or we're searching for wealth and money, and not being needing to worry about money, or simply if you just don't want to take the burden away from all of your family and your friends, and you want to live a higher lifestyle, what it comes down to often is simply a desire and need to fulfill inside of us the need for love, and a deep and inconsolable yearning in order to seek a higher form of love. And this is why we often go seeking in relationships, in more status in society. We often seek for love. We often seek for love and acceptance, security by another person in our lives. And we always want them to love us. And we always have love as the undercurrent of what we are working for today. And today we even recognize that there might be 5 expressions of love, including, spending time with each other, or giving compliments, spending time, giving gifts, and even physical touch. And each and every one of these 5, though they might be an expression of love, how we share love amongst each other, it is still a very superficial definition of love. When it comes to love, there's actually a divine quality. It is not something simply that we should take for granted, that we need to take for granted, or that is not capable of anything higher. Love has transcendental qualities. It is something that can take you from being man to superhuman. It can make you from being an ordinary human being into a divine being. Love is that powerful, especially with divine love, and especially today with the love of the divine cosmic mother. And today, during this Parashakti Akashic reading program, you will be able to experience just that. Now, Devi Parashakti herself has actually revealed to all of us the secret behind our actions today is love. Beautifully, she revealed Anbe Shivam, meaning love is God. And Only those who have it in their heart, love as the core foundation, as the armor that is strengthening their heart, those are the people who will be able to survive during the pandemic in this day and age. Those are the people who will able to even find a way to survive. That is how powerful love is. And that is how important love is to build inside of our hearts, inside of our inner space, and extend to others around us and share amongst ourselves. We are needing a transcendental quality of love, and we need to address that right now in order to eliminate different forms of violence in our society and in ourselves, which we often neglect and we don't even pay heed to. In this program, you will be able to experience all of what I had just described, experiencing the divine qualities of love, experiencing a way to absolutely eliminate all different kinds of violence in your life. Now, let us be introduced to the various different forms of this program and what you will be experiencing today. Today, just through imbibing the powerful cognitions of Devi Parashakti, you will simply start to understand and start to raise your frequency. And even in the level of understanding, when we have a higher understanding take over and start to function inside of ourselves more than a lower cognition, simply will start to function in a higher frequency and start to express the superconscious energy in that level itself. And not only that, we will be also imbibing the various different powerful cognitions and have the darshan and diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself manifesting as Devi Parashakti as the Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti will be gracing us, guiding each and every one of us, giving us the opportunity and gracing us with for each and every one of us answers if we so seem fit to ask a question or ask a boon or request a prayer at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And later on today, we'll be going over how you might need to ask your questions, how you can exactly do that, and what is the process involved in that. We'll also be understanding the immediate and instant way of manifesting the reality that you want, which is simply by making an offering, doing these ritualistic sevas that literally can manifest your reality, manifest life, people around you in the way exactly that you want. And there's so much of beautiful context and sacred references from the scriptures that we are going to be going over today and imbibing, soaking in the divine remembrance of Devi Parashakti as we prepare for her live darshan. And we'll also be going over some of the revelations that Devi Parashakti gave to the whole humanity. Now, before we proceed into the next segments in today's program, let us first understand the very being who is making this available today for us and without whom we would be absolutely lost and Hinduism today would not even have one hope. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened on planet Earth as the incarnation of Paramashiva on the 2nd of January 1978 and is today the reviver of Kailasa, the macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized from the very birth as the incarnation of Paramashiva, and since then had been surrounded by gurus, recognized by gurus, and the extremely esteemed, powerful, enlightened beings in India at that time. And they had surrounded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the ecosystem in order to be able to revive the science of power manifestation, temple-based lifestyle, as well as yoga today for billions of people on planet Earth. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism since then had been working continuously in order to literally bring us the super conscious breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, or the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, as well as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Madurai Adinam, or the Kailashonanta Shanamala Peetha Sarvagna Peetham, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, or the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is the oldest apex body of Hinduism, as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, which is another extremely esteemed position and responsible position in the oldest monastic order of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. And finally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as such with the title Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of 1,000 Hindu leaders in 2015. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been today recognized and internationally acclaimed and has authored more than 300 books with in English, Tamil, and Sanskrit with translation in more than 50 different languages, and literally has been enriching and enriching more than 1 billion people and digitally. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken and given discourse for more than 20,000 hours, and all that and more is available on the official YouTube channel of Kailasa, where you can find more than 7,000 videos of the different darshans, dikshas, the satsangs, everything that is associated with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his presence, that you can get connected immediately. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been the establisher of the Kailasa's Nithyananda University, the world's largest Hindu university, with more than 150 countries with satellite campuses. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver and founder of over 100 Sarvagna Peethas, and has literally been the commentator on various different Hindu scriptures, including the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Jain Sutras, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishad, and much more. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated more than 1 billion people into living this life supreme of super consciousness and reviving the temple-based lifestyle. Now, with this, it brings us to a conclusion to this segment where we introduced this program, and next is the exciting power manifestation segment of the whole program, which is one of the most exciting segments of today, literally where you can see the possibility that lies ahead of you just through the darshan and diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now joining with us are the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasams shortly, and they will be guiding us on the various different powers that you will be initiated into, and what you will be able to look forward to as your possibility. By the end of this program today, you will be able to start manifesting and start your journey in the path of living enlightenment and the path of these extraordinary powers. So now, after a very quick break, we will be able to proceed with the next segment, and you're joining with us is the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasams, who will be demonstrating for us the extraordinary Shaktis, and they will make you understand how these Shaktis work, what are the powers behind them, and how they can manifest through you. So once again, we'll be taking a short break, and we'll be right back with you.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home. wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper custom.
Yes. Thank you so much, Manati Sadashiva Priyananda, for that beautiful introduction to this segment. So, the next segment, which you all will be witnessing, is the power manifestation segment, where all of you will be witnessing the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. And the two powers which you will be witnessing today is the power of third eye and the power of body scanning. So the power of third eye is where one awakens the ability to see through the cosmic browsing center, which is located between the brows. And the second power, which all of you will be witnessing, is the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems in the body. And not only that, reveal even solutions for the problem. And all of you will not only be witnessing this power, you will also be manifesting this power after the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So let us first learn what are Shaktis before we enter into this power. Shaktis in the Veda Agamas, the ultimate source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals that every human being is capable and has a possibility of manifesting these powers and of manifesting these Shaktis just with Diksha or initiation. And just with the initiation from Swamiji, anyone can manifest these 463 powers, and all of you will be manifesting them and witnessing those powers today. So let us first learn the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which manifest from oneness and deep feeling connection with the ultimate, with the divine. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis expressed through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with the initiation from the avatar, and they are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So, who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Drobhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has incarnated in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is a great cosmic bodiless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of our manifestation, Shaktis, was taught and lived as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was recognized as an incarnation at a very young age and was trained and taught these extraordinary sciences and was taught to revive these sciences in initiations for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. You can see all the gurus of Swamiji, the Guru Parampara. You can see Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Tinnai Swamigal, Pundi Swamigal, Isakki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal. You can see all these gurus of Swamiji who have trained and taught Swamiji and to revive these extraordinary sciences. So all of you might be wondering, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Okay, it's possible for other people, but how can we do it within ourselves? Every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and a power of every being, prajnana. So let us now see a small video which explains science of initiation, how these powers are transmitted to us, and what impact does the Diksha have on us.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nithyananda.org.
Yes. So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism who has time tested and verified this science. The third is the Atma Pramana, the experience of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Sorry for the technical glitch. Now let us learn where all these Shastra Pramanas come from. Where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas, Apta Pramanas, Atma Pramanas from? From the Vedagama, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. They are the pure science. And Agamas are the science which is the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. And a reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have an extraordinary power manifester, an extraordinary Balasan, Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old, and who is going to be demonstrating this power of third eye to all of you today. So let us first see the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilitalochanaha kramena manasodaryat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham. By having the vision beyond the sight, that reveals any object or place attaining the space of Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna beautifully describes the cosmic form of Bhagavan Krishna as he sees it through his third eye. So let us now see when Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Third is the Atma Pramana, where Swami
Side and
words how
Side broke.
he was able to reach the 360 vision, how he was able to experience the 360 degree vision. In his own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree vision, the 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel and experience all of that as me. So next is the Pratyaksha Pramana. Next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain and in conscious meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. And let us now witness the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As a living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, matter, and space. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure science and of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences, and millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday lives. So let us now witness the direct Sakshi Pramana, the live Sakshi Pramana of the power of third eye by the Balasons of the Nithyananda Gurukul. I request the slides to stop being shared. Yes. Along with me, I have a medically tested eye band. You can see in front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. Under there's no gap between the thick sponge and the opaque sheet, and there is no possible way of light entering inside the eye band. This is the eye band I'm going to be placing on Ma Kaladra's eyes now. So I'm opening the strap in front of all of you. Yes, Ma Kaladra, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. Ma Kaladra is comfortable. I request you to turn to your right. Left. Up. And down. Now, Yoga Prana, could you put my eye back? Yes. Now, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So, I request you to turn to your right again. Left. Up. And down. Yes, so all of you can see there is no gap between Ma Kaladra's eyes and the eye band. Now, all of you can go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPS JTM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Go ahead, post whatever you want in the comment section, and Ma Kaladra will read it out live in front of your eyes. I request the comment section to be zoomed in. I request the comment section to be zoomed in. Yes.
Yes. So the first comment, the latest comment is from EWAANDERSSON has posted Nithyanandam all, and before that, dear Kalabhairava, and he has donated some money for Kailasa. And yes, Ayya, thank you so much. And the entire thing is highlighted in green color, and there is an emoji of a speaker, or it's not in a oval, horizontal oval, almost oval shape. It's like it's a kind of a remote for playing games, and it keeps jumping, coming down, and closing its eyes open. It shown as if this remote has eyes, cheeks, eyebrows, mouth, tongue, hands, legs. And
wow, that was beautiful. How Ma Kaladra was able to see the how the remote has eyes, eyebrows, tongue, teeth, mouth, cheeks, hands, legs, everything. Beautiful. And how Ma Kaladra was able to see that Dr. Kalabhairava has donated some money for Kalabhairava, for Kailasa, and Eva Anderson has, how she was able to read Eva Anderson's comment saying Nithyanandam all. Beautiful. That was a beautiful demonstration. Anyone else can post your comments. You can also post your comments in the Facebook. SPS JTM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. We'll be moving on to the Facebook page now. Yes, please scroll up a little bit. Kaladra, you can go ahead and read.
Yes. So the comment is first which projected is from SHA Sabari Ranveer, and the emoji is a girl holding a hand alone is being shown, and she's holding a red colored rose.
Wow. Beautiful, amazing. Yes, that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. The next power, which all of you will be witnessing, is the power of body scanning. So now I'm going to be removing the eyeband of Ma Kaladra. You can see that everything is completely the same. There's no difference. Yes. So now I'm going to be moving on to the next power, which is the power of body scanning. And let us now see the pramanas for the power of body scanning. First is the Shastra Pramana, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagwan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of the whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva. And by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the divine, ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana for the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was one of the prominent disciples of Agatyar. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatyar for healing, and Agatyar uses the power of body scanning and reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agatyar immediately instructs his disciple Teriyar to perform an open head surgery. And remember, this is more than 5,000 years back. And Agatyar immediately instructs Teriyar to perform an open head surgery. And Teriyar successfully performs the open head surgery and removes the frog, thus gaining the name Teriyar. The next is the Atma Pramana. The accounts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's life, who also has time tested and authenticated this science. On the 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Reverend Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed how he used the power of body scanning along with the power of Shushada, going beyond pain. Swamiji beautifully shares, paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in different organs of mine, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning, and I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. Swami beautifully shares how he manifested both these powers and how he was able to go beyond it and was able to overcome the pain. Last is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of extraordinary manifestation happening through the disciples of Swamiji. So you can see the Paramashivoham level 2 participants who participated and who have manifested all these powers and have shared it in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. Yes. So let us now witness the extraordinary demonstration, the powers of Paramashiva, the power of body scanning, manifested by the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis of Kailasa. So we'll be back right after a short break with the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis. Please stay tuned. Till then, go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the Kailasa's SPH JDM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. Go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPH JDM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. We'll be right back with the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul who are going to be manifesting this extraordinary Shakti of body scanning to all of you today.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job.
Yes, we're back. And Raman Vasishta has posted, Nithyanandam, requesting body scanning for my brother Pankaj Vasishta in the next part. I have his consent. Thanks, ma. Yes, sure, Aya. Ma Brahma Yoga will be doing the body scanning for your brother Pankaj Vasishta. Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and quickly do the body scanning.
Yes, so Raman Vasishtaya, Parameshwar revealed that your brother Pankaj Vasishtha, his immune system is really weak, and also the blood flow is not happening properly in his body, and that is especially affecting his head and his brain. So what he should do is every day he should do Siddhasana, which is the handstand. If he's not able to do it, he can start practicing, but he should start doing handstand for 1 minute in the morning and 1 minute in the evening, and that will really help him for his blood flow to happen at the top part of his body. And also Parameshwar revealed that for his immune system to become stronger, every day he should drink 1 cup of neem juice, and also he should he should bathe in cold water. If he takes a bath in cold water every day, that will strengthen his immune system.
Oh, wow. Such a unique solution for such a crazy problem. Okay. So, Aya Pankaj Vasishta, Aya, you have to do handstand for 1 minute in the morning and 1 minute in the evening. That is the solution which Paramashiva revealed for your body problems. And it's a very unique solution. So, please do follow it, and Paramashiva will take care of the rest. And yes, we don't see any more comments, and we also have to conclude this session now. So, we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Raman Vasishtaya, requesting for a body scanning. Ma Brahma Yoga has scanned and revealed the solution. We thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation session. We'll be concluding this session, and please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what is the divine feminine consciousness, what are the Akashic readings, and much, much more. So we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you. Nithyananda. Yes, Raman Vasishta has posted. Thanks, ma. That's very helpful. Yes, Aya, just follow the solution which Paramashiva revealed, and your brother will be completely healed. So we'll be having Ma Madhura joining with us, and you will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness. Who is Devi Parashakti and the power which she holds, because you are going to be receiving the initiation from Devi Parashakti today. So we welcome Ma Madhura. Yes.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. So today we will be learning about divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. I request the NTV volunteer to project the slides. We will be learning about divine feminine consciousness. So we will be first looking at the Dhyana mantra of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim vapina vakshoruham panibhyamali ratna chashakam raktotpalam bhibratim saumyam ratna gatasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And this Dhyana Shloka says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And the next verse, also coming from the Lalita Sahasranama, Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibhiravritam vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the nose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Aima Fares, and she is the self within me. Yes, we can go to the next slide. And the ultimate pure divine feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother, and it is from her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. It is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came and which all of us are in and which all of us are going to merge into. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashorasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And then the next, again in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as 4 Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond 6 chakras, filled as Gotras of 7 Rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life, to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She's there on your screen. So you can receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 beet leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch her, as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, the coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paisa, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swami says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paisa is okay. And you can offer that to Devi, and once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the beet leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple for the further procedures. And many of you might be thinking, how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. This betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshans for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam, how you can set up the 2 betel leaves with the 1 betel nut, 1 banana, and the coin. You can set all of these 4 items up in a plate. These are the 4 basic items, but if you would like, you can also keep the few additional items like a coconut, red bangles, kumkum, turmeric, and some fresh flowers. But these are the 4 basic items which you can arrange in a plate and keep in front of the screen as you receive the Parashakti. And with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how you can set up your tambulam and receive her. So now we'll be moving to the next segment where we will be seeing about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and what she has revealed for the humanity, for us, and how important it is for us to follow. So we will be back in a really short break, after a really short break, to continue with the next segment.
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations on what is happening in the world today and how we can protect ourselves during this pandemic. So let us enter into the segment and listen to Devi's revelations directly. So the humanity is still suffering from the after effects of the cosmic flu, the pralaya. Thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record numbers of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to an increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental health issues. So why did this happen? What caused this? Who is behind this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? In this segment, let us go through a analysis and understanding of Devi Parashakti's revelation on the cause and solution of this cosmic deluge. So all of us know what is happening in the world right now. There have been over 4 million deaths as of recent count, and over 180 million people have been infected with COVID-19, and the most affected countries are the United States, India, and Brazil. And India alone has suffered with over 29 million people being infected with COVID-19 and over 300,000 people dying from COVID-19 and over 75 million people falling into poverty during this pandemic. And India is not only suffering from this pandemic, but the epidemic of suicide and depression has been drastically increasing in the country since the beginning of this pandemic. 6.5% of the population has been suffering from some form of mental illness, and also with a suicide rate of 9 for every 1 lakh people. And the major cause of death among the group of 15 to 24-year-olds has been suicide, the number 1 cause of death. And India is not just suffering from this pandemic, but even other natural disasters have been severely affecting the country. Over the course of the past several months, India has seen an increase in natural disasters, including a cyclone in Kerala, and as of recent, the floods in Maharashtra. And while India has been suffering all of these natural disasters, there's also a very serious cause for concern for a third wave. So how could we have prevented this? So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the 31st of May, 2021, and understand what Devi has revealed as the cause of it.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கையிலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
It's the translation of baby's words. For this huge Kirmi Bhojanam held not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. Let us now go back to 2017 when the Supreme Constitution revealed the vision for this Padayatra in 2020. Let us now watch this video.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here, power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have darshan and Arati, the camp for Arati. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand 1200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in second month, third.
And since the age of 10, the concept of Hinduism has been enriching people and preparing them for this Padayatra to save them from this pralaya. And even from that age, the supreme concept of, ever since that age, the supreme concept of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses into this enlightenment science through powerful discourses, initiations, and darshan. And in the next several photos, you will see all of the different various programs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting and blessing people with over the course of the last 27 years. So here you can see in Vellore, Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiating thousands of people in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu in 2005, and Namakkal, Tamil Nadu in 2005. And in Salem in 2005, you can see in each of these photos how many people are there. And the Nithyananda program in Virdi, Bangalore, the birth star celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Tirunelveli in 2005, and the Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Satyajnapita in 2006, and the Jayanti celebrations again in Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu in 2006. And the Nithyananda program conducted in Chennai in 2006. And in Adi Kailasa Satyajnapita Guru Purnima celebrations in 2006. And the Dhyana Swarna program that happened in 2000. And the Dhyana Swarna program. And the Little Ananda program, which was a program for initiating the youth of tomorrow into the science of enlightenment. And the Saptayagam program, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself conducted and conducted 7 different homas with 1,000, guiding 1,000 other people into performing the same homas. Here you can see the devotees, disciples, who were blessed to be guided into the homa and the ritual. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff himself performing the homa. Here are more photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing the people during the Saptayaga program. Again, more photos from the Saptayaga program. And the Nithyananda Swarna program, which happened in Virdi, Bangalore. In all of these photos, you can see how many people were attending and being blessed into the science of enlightenment. Again, the Nithyananda Swarna program. However, the anti-Hindu elements had made it nearly impossible to do this re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the solution for this pandemic and this pralaya.
வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்து கொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்து கொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கையிலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Devi revealed that the pandemic will only end in India when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is received back into India as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with great respect and reverence, and is allowed to do the Padayatra and the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas. Only when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's feet touch the ground of India again will this pandemic end. And as we look around us, we see so much destruction and suffering. And we see what the great rishis of our Vedic civilization had forewarned as this Kali Yuga. And it is stated in the Kurma Purana that Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. And let us read the translation from page Vyasa. This Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all of the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and ashramas. And in fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such great sins is the great sacred city of Varanasi, the Mahapuri. And the Kurma Purana also states that the Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for Kali Yuga. Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata, the Lord, for the Krita Yuga, the first cycle of time. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dvapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar is Rudra, Lord Paramashiva himself, Maheshwara. And out of his deepest compassion for humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human body in the form of this Nichavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 2nd of January 1978. And if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had waited even just one more year, if Paramashiva had waited one more year to take the human form, it would have been too late. 1979 would have been too late for humanity. So let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself revealing this.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax before it was going to be put off. Have happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. Oh Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the Avatar's advent on the planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring the new age, the Satya Yuga. And let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on this.
ஓம் ஓம் உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம், நித்யயுகம் சத்யயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
People of the world, listen, Kali Yuga has matured, and over time, it has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga, as he spoke. For this huge hell of Kirimi Bojanam not to come to India. 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this Padayatra, for this pandemic, for this pralaya, the Avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time with the truth from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. And even at the age of 14 and 15, all of his classmates recall the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them all from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and a huge pilgrimage site. And when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 19 years of age, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Math recall the yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu, in South India, on the 14th of April 2001. Here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the inauguration of the very first Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem. And in 2003, the Avatar continued his Vijayatra all over the world to enrich people from all different backgrounds. And with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication, even people who did not understand English were delighted and resonated deeply with the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can see how grateful each being was to receive the blessings and grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These are photos from Brazil and Guadeloupe, where most of the audience did not even speak English. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering satsangs, and initiating them into the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls, not just to physical spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual realms. And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodigan Padayatra, with crores participating and impacted by Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, who traveled from city to city, blessing people. And here's just a very small clip of the Kodigan Padayatra in 2006. See how many thousands of people joined the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and were blessed to be in the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this Kodigan Padayatra. You can move to the next slide, please. We can continue to the next slide, please. And the Kodigan Padayatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, the Sanctum Sanctorum, in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, and the Swayambhulinga in Adi Kailasa in Bangalore, South India. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing Abhishek for the Swayambhulinga. And the deities were energized. The deities were energized as Achavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create Adi Kailasa as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming pralaya. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during the Great Deluge. Here are a few of those energy centers: Kailasa in Tiruchendur, the Adi Kailasa Satyapita in Bangalore, and Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Vaijasrovar with the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathed in its water from this deadly COVID-19 disease. Here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing Abhishek for the Anandalingam.
नमो गिरिशाय वजिपि विष्टाय च नमो ईहुष्टमाय च शुमते च नमो स्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आशवे च जिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नमः ऊर्ण्याय च वस्वन्याय च नमः स्रोतस्याय च दीप्त्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्वेत्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च बुद्धिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णे च वेजायुधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च वत्साय च नमः पाट्याय च नीत्याय च नमः सूप्याय च तदस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शृंगाय च वसुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय
We can
च
move on to the
लास्याय
next
च
slide,
नमः
please.
षष्ट्याय च धेन्याय च नमः कत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः इरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमः गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
And in 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Yatra and garnered international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus were once again re-embracing Hinduism. We can continue on to the next slide. And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of super consciousness have been sown. And here you can see the thousands of Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems that the supreme concept of Hinduism has established for serving over 1 billion people worldwide. And here are just a few of the enlightenment ecosystems that the supreme concept of Hinduism has established. Kailasa in Erode in the Adi Nithyananda Paramashivam. Adi Kailasa Vidyapita in Bangalore, India. The Kailasa in Tirunamalai. The Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. And more photos of Columbus, Ohio. The Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. The Kailasa in Los Angeles, California. Again, more photos. And the Kailasa in San Jose in US. And more photos of the Kailasa in San Jose. And the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington in 2008, when the Supreme Concept of Hinduism established this enlightenment ecosystem. And more photos of the Kailasa in Seattle. And the Kailasa in Houston, Texas. And more photos of the Kailasa in Houston. And the Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. And the Kailasa in New York. the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, and more photos of the Kailasa in Toronto. And the Kailasa in Oklahoma City, established in 2007. Here you can see the photos of the Supreme Point of Hinduism in the Kailasa of Oklahoma City. And the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, again, established personally by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. The Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, which was also established personally by the Supreme Point of Hinduism itself. The Kailasa in Oman, Kailasa in Dubai, Kailasa in London, UK, the Kailasa in Scotland, UK, the Kailasa in Netherlands, the Kailasa in Slovakia, the Kailasa in Belgium, the Kailasa in Luxembourg, the Kailasa in Austria, the Kailasa in Germany, the Kailasa in Italy, Kailasa in France, the Kailasa in Switzerland, the Kailasa in Mauritius, the Kailasa in South Africa, the Kailasa in Salem, which was established personally by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2006. Here you can see the photos. And again, more photos of the Kailasa in Salem. And the Kailasa in Hosur, established in 2008 by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here you can just see the various Kailasas in Tamil Nadu. Is the Kailasa in Patnam, the Kailasa in Varanasi, the Kailasa in Rajapalayam, established in 2008, one of the important energy centers of Kailasa. And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting programs and inaugurating the Kailasa. And the Kailasa in Hyderabad, the Kailasa in Kerala, the Kailasa in Gujarat, which was the Yogini Sarvajñapita, and the Kailasa in Thiruvanmur in Chennai, the Kailasa in Alankulam, the Kailasa in Tambaram, Chennai, the Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai, the Kailasa again in Chennai, and Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia, the Kailasa in New Zealand, the Kailasa in Singapore, established in 2006, the Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, established in 2008, the Kailasa in Guadeloupe, South America, and to ensure humanity survives this cosmic deluge, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated thousands into Nithyananda spiritual healing, who are still actively healing, and millions all over the world. And in over 2,500 satsang centers, Padaka mandirs and home temples have operated as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom. Thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, silently preparing each one for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a Padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating and the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated. For every major festival, devotees from all over the world have been doing Padayatras out of their sincere devotion for the Supreme Pontiff. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been contributing immensely to humanity over the past 27 years, with over 1 billion e-citizens enriched and enriched, over 26 years of humanitarian services, and over 1 billion free meals provided to humanity. And there is a diverse population of e-citizens all over the world, in 347 cities, in 196 countries across 6 continents. And Kailasa has established the world's largest Hindu university, established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And the Kailasa has been enriching people through the digital nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and many more platforms. And there are various websites you can visit to learn more about Kailasa, kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, nithyanandahinduuniversity.org, Kailasa TV, and Nithyananda TV. And of course, there is the Enlightenment app, which you can access on your phone and stay up to date with all current information. And here you can see the various cities and countries that have e-citizens, and the successful communities have formed in these various countries. And global initiatives established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism include holistic health, education, development of human potential, and much more. And sharing the practical applications of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and its science of enlightenment, through which we have made many breakthroughs. And foreign aid has been provided for humanity through our Hindu diplomacy. We can move to the next slide, please. And here are the various programs and initiatives that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established, with contributing to so many people through global peace, education, equality, and food and environment. And free education has been offered in over 150 countries. And the Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest Hindu university. And over 1 billion free meals have been served and will be continuing to be served. And Kailasa, with the vision of no hungry home, has initiated multiple services, including Annadan, organic agriculture, and much more. We have offered over 1 billion free meals and are continuing to do so. And Kailasa has offered free food in over 197 countries. And 3.5 billion people do not have access to safe medical care, and Kailasa has made available free medical services for millions of people all over the world. And the Kailasa has contributed so much, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed so much in various dimensions, including yoga and much more. And Kailasa has initiated the revival of the most ancient sciences of Hinduism and has revived the science of temple and ritual. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu library. And with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's sincere hard work in the past 26 years, inspiring millions of people, one person at a time, has prepared each one to stand and to protect humanity during this Pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism announced the plan to traverse across the entire country on foot from Kanyakumari to Kashmir and to re-energize the Jyotirlingas to protect India from this Pralaya. And in 2018, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began the re-energizing process of the 12 Jyotirlingas and visited each temple to prepare for this process. And while the Avatar was working hard to protect humanity from the great destruction, the anti-Hindu militant forces tried their best to halt the Avatar's mission and have been doing this since 2001. And after years of pouring energy into making one of the only ship that would save humanity, the captain was driven out of the ship. Militant anti-Hindu forces followed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for 2 decades, instigating the deadliest and brutal attack against a single Hindu leader. And since 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived over 70 assassination attempts and incessant lawfare and repeated attacks against him and his disciples. With the media entirely owned by anti-Hindu nexus, the truth has never had a chance to come out. And 14,000 hours of hate speech have flooded the internet and have broadcast on media to incite hatred and character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Fabricated false cases have been filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to merely justify the illegal arrest and to execute the state-sponsored attack to eliminate the Supreme in 2018, the Avatar was forced to leave India after a nearly fatal assassination attempt. In his absence, India and Indians have been suffering the repercussions of their unconscious actions. And in the Puranic age, the whole kingdom of Ayodhya suffered with the economic meltdown, the death of cattle and crops, and the inconsolable depression when Lord Rama left for 14 years in exile. And in the same way, the economy has fallen in the 2 months after the Avatar left India, and today India faces the most brutal effects of the pandemic with no end in sight, unfortunately. And despite being driven out of the country, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues to be the last hope for humanity by providing continuous services for humanity during this pandemic. And over the last 1 year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has expanded the services of Kailasa to millions more in India. And with back-to-back programs, darshans, and satsangs, the Avatar has made humanity physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically sail through this pralaya. And when the whole world closed its doors to India, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism opened Kailasa campuses for Indians in desperate need of protection with multi-layer quarantine. And here are some of the photos of these services and products provided to those who are in multi-layer quarantine. And here is the organic agriculture that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been providing for having stocked the food for all of the residents of Kailasa. And here are more photos of the organic agriculture. And the Shastra Pramana from the Guru Gita translates, salutations to Guru, whose 2 lotus feet remove the pain of duality and who always protects one from calamity. And again, from the Kulanara Tantra, if remembered, this Paduka provides protection against diseases, great disturbances, great evils, great fears, great calamities, and great sins. And there comes death in forsaking a mantra, poverty in forsaking the Guru, and out of a hell in forsaking both Guru and the mantra. We must realize that the pralaya will end only in India when the divine feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism walk on its soil once again. The decision makers must realize this. We must realize that the pralaya will end in India only when the divine feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again walk on its soil. The media should realize this. every citizen should realize this. It is in our hands now to make this happen. And we must realize again that the pralaya will end in India only when the divine feet of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism walk on its soil again. It is our decision now to make this happen. So with this, we will conclude this segment of the program, and we will be moving into the next segment where we will learn about some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. We will be right back after a very quick break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers after that very, very quick break. And I hope each and every one of you who are joining us today is available and excited for the next segment on the offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. This is always a very beautiful and intimate segment where each and every one of us gets to know, and literally we are able to experience and start experiencing that deep experience with Devi Parashakti. Deep experience of oneness and pure love, gratitude at the feet of Devi Parashakti. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. So, an offering in the Hindu tradition is very important, and many of you know that offerings are often given as ways that you can simply offer your gratitude and also invite the divine presence of God and goddesses into your life. And you'll be able to simply express their qualities. You'll be able to simply speak to them whenever you want and connect to them whenever you want, whenever you feel like your energy is needing to be replenished, or you need to seek the divine sources in your life. You'll see that simply you'll be able to connect with them. Now, let us first start by chanting the Dhyana Shloka for Manonmani. This is the Dhyana Shloka for the form of Devi Parashakti, who is seated on the very lap of Paramashiva. And she is the embodiment of compassion, grace, and everything that you feel like you'd fall in love with on the first sight. So let me now chant the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Indunivabedakaravahninayam syat pankajavarabayajapakshasarayuktam Angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. Yes, and the English translation goes, moonlike face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing in blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Yes, and now I'll just be chanting the second Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशीमवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां स्तव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणविभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिविपूजितां देवीमेदमनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामत्रधात्रीं शुभाम्. And the English translation once again. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, a lotus and blessing with gracing in hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. Having thus invoked the divine presence of Devi Parashakti, invited her to be amongst us as we are entering into this next segment. Now let us lay the foundation of the significance of the element gold. And you'll find that many of these offerings that you can make today are in gold. And why is that? Why do we offer in gold? What is the significance of the offering in gold, and how does that make a difference in our life? So let us first see. Here we have the Shastra Pramana in the from the Atharva Veda, and this is one of the oldest scriptures known to mankind. And here it's speaking on the virtuous properties of gold. And even in our popular culture today, we have many references for gold being a very, very popular. Yes, it's for gold being an extremely powerful element. And here it says that the gold is literally the seed of virtuous and powerful apaha, meaning that it has so many properties associated with virtue, and even that the gold is associated with long life or immortality. And of course, this might sound familiar to some of you who have read popular culture or who are very familiar with gold being associated with immortality. But where did that come from? How do we have that kind of folklore today? In fact, this was not just a mythology as today as we call it, but it is a known science by ancient Vedic rishis. Gold is a divine element, and it purifies anything it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it and anyone who even operates in its vicinity. And that's why gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, Shrutis, and it's more significant even. Each and every one of these Hindu scriptures is more significant, more substantiated, and based in evidence and foolproof methodology for you to experience the ultimate, more so than any kind of popular culture, any kind of novel that we might read today, of course. And in all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundant that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which can purify the very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. and ritual fees were even offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways of gold, and even the horses, the cows, the elephants, and all the sentient beings were dressed and decorated in gold and worshipped for being embodiments of pure consciousness of Paramashiva themselves. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. Even the Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya in Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere, and temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It literally lasts forever. So now you know how today we understand from different folklore, mythology, from even popular culture, from different novels, we always are reading about the significance of gold and gold being associated with alchemy, even, but it was the Vedic rishis, the Hindu scientists, who understood gold as a spiritual and divine element and were able to make whatever we feel as a mythology today, or whatever we feel as superstition, as supernatural even, whatever we feel that as a reality. And they were able to do it with foolproof methodology, a way that literally is being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. So many of these offerings are able to literally do that, are able to, with one touch, be able to simply make you into gold, immortal, and simply make you able to radiate the state, space, and powers of Paramashiva. And that is why we offer gold to the divine. Now let us enter into all of the different offerings that we have today. We have an array of different offerings, and you'll find that each and every one of you will be able to see any one of these offerings as a possibility for you. And it might be the Ihundi offering, which you can offer for any amount or any donation, or a more substantial offering, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, or the other offerings that we have available for you today. And whatever it is, see how you can make it happen in your life, how this is a possibility for you. An offering is a way that until you are able to manifest your reality as you want it, we will manifest it for you. So don't feel that somehow it might be insufficient or somehow you might be incapable of making an offering today. You can somehow in some way make an offering and start being able to experience that Shaktini Bhada in your life today, the feeling connection, the oneness with Devi Parashakti. Now, the first offering we have here is the Ihundi offering. And now let me chant the first verse, and which we have today, which is from the Lalita Sahasranamam, verse number 42. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. And if there is any fear in the minds of a devotee, such as yourself, you can be assured that Devi Parashakti will simply remove that fear. And she doesn't have any vested interest in anything. She is not asking for any conditions. If she gives you something, she will simply just accept whatever devotion you have, whatever offering you can make, whatever it is, even if it's just a few coins. In the Hindu tradition, many of you know that when we go to the temple, we often offer just a few coins at the feet of Devi Parashakti in the hundi, or also in the plate of the Devi, the plate of the pujari. This is a custom that we have, and Devi Parashakti literally she literally accepts that, whatever it might be, and gives that to us. And that is just our simple and humble offering to Devi Parashakti for making herself available. That is the ultimate gift that she is giving. Just as today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gone to so many lengths just to make himself available to the whole humanity, give himself continuously, and literally allow the whole world to have his darshan, to have his grace. In the same way, Devi Parashakti is making herself available through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And just because of that, and making herself available, answering our questions, revealing to thousands of people the past, present, and future, giving boons, giving healing, whatever it is, she is simply making her presence available. And for this, we can offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti through this Ihundi offering. And so yes, you can offer this offering in gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti. Now, the next offering is the Sankalpa chanting. The Sankalpa is the conscious resolution. It's an elaborate mantra from the Vedic tradition that is always offered before we proceed with any ritual. So the Sankalpa itself is an offering. And you can offer this, and the Pujari will be chanting this Sankalpa on behalf of you, chanting your name, your family members' names, and on any one of the people on behalf of whom you want to offer this Sankalpa. This conscious resolution has the power and energy to align all your energies inside of you in order to make the reality which you want to manifest come true, literally. Make your dreams into reality. Often we are creating positive vibrations inside of us, and we are manifesting the space for whatever we want, meaning we are visualizing how we want, we're planning it out detailedly, and we are literally making that very deep inner space for what we want to create into reality. But every day, if we are chanting this Sankalpa mantra, only then we are continuously aligning back that energy which we had in the first place to the goal that we are making. So every day, the energy that you are receiving to start a new day, let that be aligned to the goal, the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution that you are manifesting daily, or that you want to manifest in your life. Just as the avatar, when coming down, they're every single day manifesting the same purpose in order to conduct the very advent that they had on planet Earth, and in order to carry out the very purpose that they are going through every day in the same way. For the Sankalpa that we want to manifest, the conscious resolution, be it spiritually, for your physical health, your mental well-being, or if you want to literally manifest Kailasa, you want to manifest a relationship in your life, whatever it is, let you always continuously align back the energy that you received that day to the first, to the Sankalpa. That is what this prayer is ultimately doing. And it is aligning you to the conscious resolution that you are making and creating that positive vibration with the Sanskrit mantras inside of you. And another thing here, we have the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, where it says, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So here we have the verse where it says that literally Devi Parashakti, she who manifested this whole universe itself, we pray to her and ask her to manifest the reality that we want in our lives. Ultimately, that is what is happening. Even if we are continuously working towards our goals, it is the divine manifesting for us our reality that we have to pay tribute to. And through this offering, we are continuously making that offering, giving that prayer to Devi Parashakti. So you can offer this Sankalpa chanting. As you can see, it's a very minimal offering and you can do it very easily today. So yes, let's go on to the next offering we have. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarnaka Suit. And this is in ode and tribute to and reference in the Lalita Sahasranamam verse 731, where Devi Parashakti is referenced as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And not only that, this offering is of the gold coin inscribed with each and every one of the 1008 names to receive the blessings, to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. This is the offering, once again, of the 1008 names. And the significance of offering this Sahasranamavali, the Lalita Sahasranama is the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, is that we are cherishing all these divine qualities inside of us. The truth is that whenever we cherish, whatever we cherish inside of us, always manifests into reality. It is always what we are able to see in reality. If we manifest pain, suffering, worries inside of us, if we are seeing that as our reality, first of all, we will have cherished it for so long inside of us that it manifested outside of us. That's the first thing that we have to recognize. First, that we are the source of all things that we are manifesting. In the same way, when we chant continuously and we are ruminating, soaking in that divine remembrance of Devi Parashakti, all her 1008 names and all of the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the infinite qualities of Devi Parashakti, then we are manifesting actively that being manifested into our reality. Such a beautiful significance of just simply this science of playing with the reality and creating and manifesting your reality. And once again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself described how we are manifesting the reality that you want in your life. Until you can manifest it for yourself, we will do it for you. So let us do that through this Sahasranama Swaranakasu offering. As you can see, there's different levels of the offering, and you can submit the offering through the registration link provided. Let's go on to the next offerings that we have. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, another very favorite, beautiful offering. It's the offering of the finger ring with a pearl. And this offering has so much of significance in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and especially because it is the finger ring with a pearl. The pearl is a symbol of compassion. And there's a reference in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. Meenakshi is the incarnation of Devi Parashakti, and she literally has manifested for each and every one of us and incarnated on planet Earth thousands of years back. So let me first chant the Meenakshi Pancharatnam verse number 1. Sorry, the second verse here. Muktaharanala Satkiritaruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhabasuram Sarvabhita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. And the meaning here goes, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears the anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer this Mukta Anguti to Devi Meenakshi, the embodiment of compassion. Devi Meenakshi is literally the one who incarnated into the form, the physical form, in order to create a breakthrough. And in fact, thousands of years back, when she incarnated, there was 56 different deshas in the whole of planet Earth. And Devi Meenakshi was, out of her compassion, creating a breakthrough by uniting all of these 56 deshas under one rule. How is that a breakthrough, you might ask? Until then, in human history, we had not even been under one rule. Everyone was isolated in different parts of the world and different countries, and all these tribes were living in isolated countries in different isolated areas. Through the Digvijayam, Devi Meenakshi united all of these kingdoms, and they all lived happily under the Pandyan rule, which was the enlightened civilization of that time. So out of her compassion, she literally created a breakthrough in her life and in the whole humanity itself. So just like that, you can create a breakthrough in your life with this offering of the Mukta Let's now move on to the next offering. The next offering here is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. In the Kamik Agama, there's a beautiful verse where it describes that all of the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. So as you can see in the worship of Paramashiva himself, which the Kamik Agama is dedicated to, the lotus flower is a very esteemed offering. And we can go on to the next slide. There are hundreds of scriptural references for the lotus flower. And there's so many different uses of the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. You will also be able to recognize that even in the arts and architecture, the yoga, in every single different aspect, even the science of consciousness through all the various different chakras that are represented by the lotus, there's so much of symbology in Sanatana Hindu Dharma for the lotus. You might ask, how is that? Why is that? In fact, just like gold being present in all the various aspects, the lotus is also present in so many different ways in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And that is because lotus is considered as a divine flower. And just as the ancient rishis do so very often, whatever is considered divine, they distribute it to the whole humanity, the whole world itself, because we believe essentially that the whole world itself is divine. So the lotus flower is considered divine because of its quality of being able to radiate elegance, resilience, radiance, and beauty, even despite any kind of background it might be in, meaning it might be in polluted waters, it might be in the different types of waters, whatever it is, the lotus flower retains its qualities. And that is a very subtle quality of incarnations themselves and Devi Parashakti herself. So you can offer this Parina Padma Pushpa in order to have that beautiful quality and manifest that in your life throughout any adverse situation that you might be going through. This is a quality that should not be underestimated, because no matter what adverse situation we might go through, we can never guarantee how we react or how we retain our good qualities. So once again, you can offer this through the link provided, and we'll be going over how you can do that in the end of this segment. The next slide, please. The next offering is the Swarna Miti, the golden toe ring. And in popular culture nowadays, the toe ring has become very fashionable, very popular, and everyone is wearing it. However, the Hindu tradition had the true significance and the true custom of how to wear this toe ring and what's the significance behind it. In fact, the earliest references of the toe ring are from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And you can even see here in the worship of Devi Parashakti, in the Divine Sutra, the Saundarya Lahari composed by Adi Shankaracharya, you can see here the verse where he is literally describing the glory of the toenails, just the toenails of Devi Parashakti. And that is why essentially we are adorning her toenails, Devi Parashakti's toenails. And in fact, today, even today in the Hindu custom, the Hindu brides are worshipped as Devi Parashakti, and their toenails are adorned with a toe ring because of this very verse. So let us now chant that verse. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The English translation: you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Yes. As you can see, the very toenails of Devi Parashakti, her whole body being so graceful, and radiating grace, but just the very grace of her toenail itself, the very last inch of her body is so powerful that you can simply be liberated just by the grace of that last inch of her whole body. So you can offer this toe ring to Devi Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspect of your life. Let's go on to the next offering. We have the Swarna Mangtika, another extremely significant offering. The head dress or the head jewelry where it's the hairline jewelry or the forehead jewelry that you might be accustomed to seeing in popular culture also again, and it's also in many different types of jewelry, different lines of jewelry. But again, this piece of jewelry has its source in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. In fact, in the verses it says that Devi Parashakti is considered as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of our verses from Sahasrara, and she who also gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. And what is that nectar flowing represented by gold? Once again, the gold is literally the representation of the nectar which is flowing from the crown center and oozing down. And that is why the elaborate head dress is worn in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And you can see even in this picture, Devi Parashakti wearing the hairline jewelry. And that shows literally the beautiful way that nectar is flowing from her Sahasrara Chakra, meaning that her Sahasrara Chakra is open. And that is the enlightenment experience, and that bliss, costless, blissful experience, which is exactly what you can experience through this offering to Devi Parashakti of this Swarna Mangtika. Yes, we can go to the next slide. That brings us to a conclusion of the offerings to Devi Parashakti. We also have the Pratyaksha Pada Puja as well, that you can offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Jagat Guru, as the Guru for the whole universe. Especially during these times, it is a very significant offering that you can make. And with Navaratri coming up at the end of this Chaturmasya, and it being Chaturmasya itself, this is a very important time for you to start manifesting the Pratyaksha Pada Puja in your life. Start planning for it right now, and let us, each and every one of us, start having the divine remembrance of our Guru and offering our gratitude towards the Guru. So we have many events coming up where you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, even Krishna Janmashtami, Ganesha Chaturthi. So let's start planning for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering that you can do as well. We also have the Vastra Seva in the next offering. We can go on. The Vastra Seva is also another offering that you can do, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. Yes. Now this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. So let us, in the last, we can see a full summary of all of the offerings. And once again, there's no need for you to feel any kind of incapability or insufficiency in any of these offerings. You can offer whatever you want, and you can even start manifesting the offering that you want. For example, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja or the Swarna Mangtika, which might be more substantial offerings, maybe something that you cannot do right now. You can still start to manifest these offerings. And if you are interested in making any of these offerings, even at any time in the future, I invite you to register at tiny.cc/Baba Samadhi. And this link, you can go ahead and register, and you can make your intention for making an offering. If you are ready to make an offering today, go to tiny.cc/Devi Offerings, and you can follow this very easy process for making a payment. So you can just select in the drop-down menu, add to that or add to the cart, and then proceed for checkout, and then you'll be able to fill out your details, your payment details. You'll be able to see what kinds of payments are accepted, and so on and so forth. For the e-hundi offering especially, we also have another option, which is to pay through the YouTube super chat. And even right now, many of you who are watching through YouTube can go to or you can go to YouTube right now to make an offering. It's a very simple offering where, first of all, you can join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and then you can also make an offering through the super chat. So that's another option that you have. After you make a payment, we have a very important form that is the submitting the details for the puja. So your payment order is taken, as well as the names that will be chanted during the puja. So this is a very important last step. Don't miss it. Make sure that you fill it out, and that will complete the process for your offering today. So that brings us to a conclusion of this segment of today's program. Let us now enter into the next segment, we will now be inviting Ma Dayamaya Swami and representatives from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham on the various different updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham, the multi-layer quarantine center. And for the last 4 months, we've been seeing continuous contributions from Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetham on the various different policies and the actions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken in order to prevent COVID from affecting more and more people. So this is a practical solution that Swami will now guide each and every one of us to understand, and even has been recognized as a solution by the United Nations itself. So let's now enter into the next segment, inviting Manitya Dayamaya Swami to continue on, and we'll now be moving on into
Nithyananda. Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you, Master Shrupriya. So, welcome back to this session of the Adi Kailasa Shiv. So, in this segment, we are going to see Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. And all these efforts by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been recognized by the United Nations. So we are going to see that report in this segment. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization present the segment. On 5th June, Devi Parashakti revealed about the mental health of the people, which is affecting across the world, across continents, which results in their anxiety levels and stress-related depression, especially in the young adults. And what Devi revealed and how the state of the world across the world reports and what Devi suggested to follow. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism suggested, successfully implemented these in these Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers. Now let us see that. On 5th June 2021, Devi revealed that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. O people, do the job of saving your life as the first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis, and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva Paramparun, doing yoga and tapas. Doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva, live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there, and do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there, and do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samayapurattu Kanatal who comes and helps at the right time. So what Devi revealed on 5th June 2021 and the media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. According to the new study, the neurological symptoms and the psychiatric symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be a common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in mild cases. According to the BMC Psychology, which was published online on June 8, 2021, impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. The results indicate that students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, which is 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones. Most impacted their mental health status, which is 20%, and the need to take care of family most affected the current and future plans. That is 31.8%. Almost one half of the students took to exercising and other remedies. So what Devi revealed on 5th June 2021 and the research confirming the same on 10th June 2021. The rates of anxiety and depression among the college students continue to soar, researchers say. Researchers at Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of 200 college students for 4-year study, they say stress levels are at their highest. According to the report by Lauren Lumpkin at Dartmouth College, the researchers began tracking about 217 students when they entered the school as a freshman in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since onset of the coronavirus pandemic, rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The Psychology Today, according to the coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event, how this pandemic will result in trauma responses. Much has been said that about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation and our world is experiencing. The increased prevalence of post-traumatic stress disorder, that is PTSD, is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder. The therapeutics market over the period of assessment from 2019, what it used to be, and over the period of by 2027, expected to grow this market about 11.91%. According to the CNN from the United Nations, reports that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom released in a news release recently. It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added to the CNN news. Yoga greatly improves mental, spiritual, and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including the increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment and self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Sorry for the technical glitch. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. That is balanced by our parasympathetic response. That is the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help us bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep, mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self-regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self-care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. According to the psychology today, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. Apart from yoga, spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear, active, and mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. Just for all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look nice in the outer side, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just say all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. So let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, the mental suffering, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make life extremely strong. 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa, the devotees in their own homes. The Kailasa Vasis inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously, for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong, taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulasi, haritaki, trifala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself, build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit, anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. So now, what the Supreme Pontiff of not only revealed these truths about protecting ourselves, all of us, from this pandemic and from this great pralaya, he has been successfully implemented in all his Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers. And his efforts has been recognized by the United Nations. The United Nations recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. You can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook Facebook page. Some more yes. Now let us see the report published by the United Nations on their website www.ohchr.org. The globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as the Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through multilateralism that was published by the United Nations on their website www.ohchr.org from the Adishaivat minority community. So the earlier reports recognized by the United Nations are reports on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and the second report on the femicide. Now let us see the United Nations report published from the Adi Shaivat Minority Tradition ASMT Hindu Community Kailasa Union, which was submitted in the month of June 2021 and published last week. The detailed report, the key points presented as an introduction is, the first point is globalization of disease has led the world to be the only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. And the variants of the virus, that is Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID-19 patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. Third, the pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable even more. The fourth, lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. The frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threat of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far from the SDG 2, zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting article which are projected on the screen. You can also see them, all these links you can read by these from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page, and click on those links and read all the supporting documentation and articles by yourself as part of the report. Now, let us see the solutions which are presented and published and highly appreciated by the United Nations. First, human life is more precious and important than all economic principles, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is so fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. Next, as per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. First, the creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. Fifth is breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when the past practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the Keynesians, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Next solution is Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality and capacities of governments, organizations, and people on two grounds. First, the health response. Second, the economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family. This is the scriptural reference from the Vedic text, Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the various articles supporting this. Next solution presented is provide sustainable community livings with a multi-layered quarantine. The home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for vast majority of people for either health, safety, or economic. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger population. This requires a friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing, and some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. Experimental townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships are such as the ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layered quarantine as a free public service with free food, accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority to avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the governments worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care, with absolute multi-layer quarantine until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of the virus. Now you can see the supporting articles here, which are part of the report. The next solution presented are educate citizens on individual pandemic. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless, and as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic. And long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. Ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. For things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. For survival needs such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure, development works, services, and commodities, gold and conventional currency-based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. There is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped USA access mass and testing kits. And there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next solution presented was Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of food grain banks. These were prevalent until the 18th century. The elderly in the villages would start food grain banks, which with the seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain banks would lend them grains in exchange for an interest, that is, compound interest were prohibited in grain banks. When the debtor was expected to return with the principal gain amount during the next harvest, the bank would expand its resource of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains. And if required, all such grain loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in the modern times. For 27 years, every month, Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. The next solution presented are monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. The smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health color code systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting articles that are as part of the articles are projected here on the screen. Now, though they were privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed, asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wise statistics, have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease, and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documentation here. The next solution presented by the ASMT community, the Kailasa Union, that traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as the Divine Mother. That Divine Mother energy is capable of providing us with all our survival needs, that are food, medicines, etc. Through traditional medicines, such as TCM and Ayurveda, are effective in addressing COVID-related issues. And a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking a defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interests. Outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicinal systems are time-tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes complimentary free of charge services such as Ayurveda, yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting documentation here. In a gist, the sovereign order of Kailasa, the worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives. A one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service massively mobilized to provide protection and preventive COVID care in the testing time of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through free food banks, that is Annadanan, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healings online. So now the Kailasa's recommendations on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. Now with this, let's listen to after a very short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanyapitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die.
Yes. Nithyanandam, everybody. We are here to share one of the momentous miracles that we all experienced in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. Just yesterday, early in the morning, the COVID Care Protection Center participants have experienced one of the greatest miracles that they can ever expect in this shakedown. Time and again, Devi Parashakti has revealed in many of her readings, Devi Parashakti readings, that the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam is the Kshetra that was built by the hard work and the breathing space of the living incarnation of Paramashivoham, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji. And his presence is being felt, his grace has been felt and experienced by all the participants time and again, right from the time they've stepped into the campus, through various miracles and healing experiences and so many cognitive shifts. And what we're going to share today is really something so huge, what they've experienced. So with no further delay, I would like to request Sri Agni Ayya and Sri Avimukta Ayya to first share what they have seen, what they've experienced yesterday morning in Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam, before we get to the details of what this experience really translates to. So Nithyananda Maya, I welcome Agni Ayya and Avimukta Ayya to the show today to share your experiences.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Ma. So I think it's really a very exciting news that give us an opportunity to share this in the live and for NTV viewers. And yeah, the first thing is I wanted to just give a brief of what has actually happened yesterday, and then probably I will share how exactly the miracle that we are really experiencing. So yesterday what happened, there was some kind of a power, this one in the entire, the other areas where in the Bididi section, where the power was not available. And that has like almost like 4 or 5 villages nearby was also not there. And the Bididi also, the power, the government of Karnataka, some related to some kind of a railway department has by mistakenly has done some cable or something, so the power was not there basically. So what happened was we were doing actually running especially to get the food, and also we were all doing a lot of different areas where in the welcome center there was a completely power was cut down. So it was happened in yesterday evening, and while we were actually taking the we know that even though there is no power and there was the space in which we were there is like so powerful, where we didn't feel that it was like a kind of a power failure or nothing like that. And even while waiting, there was also heavy rains actually. And while we are actually taking the food, I think maybe Avimukta Ayya can also explain. So we literally saw Swamiji Darshan. Actually, when Avimukta Ayya took a picture, and we can see Swamiji standing right in front of the welcome center where his Paduka was there. And that was actually a kind of a big joy. I would say it was kind of maybe I can share that screen, and then maybe Avimukta Ayya would like to add some more details probably. Yeah. So you can see here.
Yeah,
so this is actually like,
yeah, so what, just I will give you the little context of it. Of course, there is no power and heavy rain. And we have to do the food distribution. So food has come here, and there is a verification place where we sit up and distribute the food and all. So Agniya was, putting all the raincoats and just going out. So I was with 1 or 2 people in the welcome center. I think the place currently where I'm sitting, so, if possible, I'll try to, put a camera there. From which angle I have taken this photo. I don't know whether you could be able to see that or not. Yeah, it's in the zoom. Yeah, more or less it's the same place. So this is the place I was sitting, and it's a complete darkness. So outside, I mean, now its light is there, so you could be able to see that when the light is there, this is what you're seeing. Okay, and there is a zero light. Okay, and only the car with the headlight was standing there. I mean, just it was there. So just I've taken this photo for somebody was asking a question in WhatsApp that what's happening, or is there a current is there in welcome center or not. So as a funnily, I just say we are in a complete darkness. That's what I intend to say. I just clicked this photograph and posted in the group. Honestly speaking, till someone identified this all there, even I have not seen the picture because I was in a complete dark. I just took this photo and put it. Then we were doing the work, and Then today morning, of course, then due to the long power cut, our mobile phone was not charged and all. We had little here and there an issue. Then once the current comes and people started seeing this picture with a little more deeper look, we were amazed. Okay. To just put the incident in the context, this has already happened. We all know that in Tirusulam, this is the way Swamiji has made this kind of an appearance. And apart from this appearance, all these masters, like for example, if you take Yogananda, his Guru Lagari Maharshi has done so many times this kind of an appearance for him. And we have seen this in some of the 9 March stories also, how Shiva has appeared and all these things we know. But Adi Kailash is a place, Swamiji is a person who always not only say Hinduism is real, and he keeps just giving this kind of an incident to make us, give the, I won't say a spiritual shock. Yes, it's a mild shock so that we come to the more clarity and reality that yes, Hinduism is real and this kind of things are real. Just if you could be able to see the photograph and if you enlarge it, you see. So morning after this photograph come, we were just thinking in a many ways. So I was sitting in the same place and trying to see whether I can replicate it without light and so many, normal logical flow we were trying to interrupt. Trust me, nothing is possible. I mean, none of the way. I mean, this whole, just a car and dark, nothing was there in the backside. So if you could be able to enlarge the picture and see, you will see the Vishwarupa of Swamiji. Okay, complete a Vishwarupa of Swamiji with a huge figure and completely grounded there. I think you want to see that. Yeah, so that's the thing. I mean, to show that we are in the darkness, so Swamiji want to give a message, hey, whether you are in dark or light, I am there. So that's a message I'm getting it. It's so beautiful. And it's reinforcing that Swamiji is there. Wherever we are there, Swamiji is there. That's what the message.
Yeah, and just adding to one more point that so adding to this point, so even when Swamiji was also talking about somebody was also like asking, if you see the turban shape, it's exactly like you can see how nicely Swamiji is standing and giving a blessing, right? And one more point is, this is exactly the place where Swamiji Paduka is there near the welcome center. So that is one thing, and the shape of the photo, and it is very clear that Swamiji is actually.
NTV, can you enlarge it or little? You have to zoom out the photo so you'll get a clarity of it. Little more, yes. Little more, yeah. There is a dome. The one image is a dome. The next image, if you could be able to see, if anybody knowing Adi Kailash, they know that there is no building or anything nearby the dome, right? I mean, even you can't say that's a cloud. So you can absolutely see this is just looking like Swamiji's turban and face.
Turban and face. And we were also thinking, we were also thinking like how exactly we are going to do the food distribution. There is a lot of rains and there is no completely power. There is no complete, it's actually zero. It's complete. There is no artificial light except the light that you see in the backside is the car in which I was driving from the Kalabhairava gate to the welcome center. And you can see like how exactly the way in which all the thing happened, it was like so smooth. Actually, we were so joyful, like we were celebrating that that like we were all saying, like as Avi Muktaya was just mentioned, that he was saying that somebody was asking that how is it over, and he was casually, this photograph was taken. It was like, see how we are in darkness and how exactly we are taking it. And of course we had some torch lights to do all the food distribution and verification, and that was one of the space in which we were there. And now after seeing this photo, it was like we were some of us were really literally the tears was pouring. Like, of course, somebody was telling Paramashivan is there, like Paramashivan in Nammapakam. So that kind of miracle that we experienced. And it was such an amazing joy to actually we have heard that in Trishula Adinam definitely there was one instance where Swamiji physically came, but I was not there in the Trishula Adinam that time. But now I can see that physically when Swamiji is there, and more or less we can clearly see his presence there. So that is where the things are running very smooth. And even if the government of India or they are not able to give electricity or whatever that happens, maybe in the third wave when there is a huge pralaya is happening, so we can be assured that he is actually protecting us. That nobody else is protecting us in this space actually. So that is one of the biggest miracle that we experienced. And you can see that the photo was taken too casually, and then later when we tried to zoom in, the other thing that we are seeing, as Avimuktaya was telling, is the shape of the 1000-bed dawns, and you can see that how the turban is actually exactly matching with how the Swamiji is standing and giving the blessings, and it's really such a joy to see and experience that. Actually, it's one thing is the space in which we were holding, right? So the space in which we were working, I was calling Avimuktaya, and a few more volunteers was also there. And the space itself is such a joy. And on top of which, we see Swamiji's photo and then Swamiji's darshan like this. And that's adding to further more joy, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So when there is no power, you have all the reason to get powerless. But we know that there is a bigger power than this all. So, I mean,
yeah,
that's it's a very an exciting.
That's very amazing thing. Yes, absolutely.
Nithyanandam, I would like to share with the viewers. Dear viewers, I still remember the actual instance and incident when Swamiji, a beloved Bhagavan, actually placed his right foot on wet cement right at the doorway of the welcome center where we had the darshan, which we just shared with you. It was around, I think, around August 15, 2013, if I'm not mistaken. And the enriching temple, from where all the Kailasa enriching activities happen, where there's a huge team sitting and receiving calls from all over the world and giving people healing over the phone, giving them spiritual counseling and helping them with their day-to-day life. And, passing on Bhagwan's blessings to them and making the huge difference in people's lives. That is the enriching temple. That is where the enriching temple used to operate from in the year 2013. And Bhagwan used to actually spend literally the whole day in the enriching temple. He, as we all know, his entire life is under public eye, and he's recorded literally, except for about maybe 3 to 4 hours, he's literally on record the rest of the day. And so he used to be sitting there, attending to all his spiritual, administrative, all his complete end-to-end activities and responsibilities. And except for a little rest at night time, he used to literally be there with the whole group in the enriching temple. So it was one of those days. And on that particular day, he pointed out that, yes, this is where I want the main entrance to be to the enriching temple. It will have multiple doors, but this particular spot will be the main entrance. And when he got up from the sofa to just exit the enriching temple, he just, for want of a better word, playfully stepped on wet cement that had just been laid to fix the door. And he pressed his right foot on the wet cement and made an impression and said, "Here, take my blessings." So that was how that foot imprint is there. And from that moment till date, worship is offered at that spot where Bhagwan's foot imprint is there. And today what we're sharing now with the world is so beautifully, it needs to be connected and told to the people how it all started. So the blessings was given around the 15th of August, 2013. And today we're talking about live darshan there, live darshan there at that very spot. It just goes to show Hinduism is real, too good to be true. And we say too good to be true because we have moved so far away from the reality of Hinduism. That is why we find it even difficult to digest. Our Rishi ancestors would have never said it's something is too good to be true. It was their lifestyle. Parakaya Pravesham and such powers were their lifestyle. Darshans were their lifestyle. We have moved so far away, and Bhagavan is making this Herculean effort, which only Paramashiva can do, no one else can do. He's making this huge effort to bring back the entire global civilization to the lifestyle of power manifestation and living as Paramashiva. And all these are part of what we're experiencing in that whole effort of Paramashiva himself, so that we once again start living a life and lifestyle of power manifestation royally, regally, like the rishis of ancient Kailasa. And soon we will stop using the terms too good to be true, because we will start experiencing every moment as a power manifestation, which is what ancient Kailasa was all about, which is what, as human beings, we are wired for, which is what Bhagavan is conveying every day through the live satsang in different ways, exhausting his lung power for the sake of humanity, untiringly, helping us understand what our original intent is, what we are hardwired for, helping us understand we are Paramashiva, helping us understand what our original lifestyle is, and that power manifestation is what we are meant for. So there's so much more to share with the viewers, not just in this one incident, but also like to share regarding what happened in Trishulamadinam in Chennai. If any of you have anything to share before that, or else I will go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead, Ma, because this is something that the viewers must understand, that it is not like one-off event. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been raising the devotees like this in multiple occasions, and one such occasion is what Ma Bhaktika Swami is going to reveal, that it had happened in Trishulamadinam.
Yes. So this happened, what we just now shared happened just barely, 24 hours back. And what I'm going to share with you now, where Bhagavan appeared probably for the first time, yes, because Trishulamadinam is called the Pratyaksha Darshana Kshetram. Basically, Trishulamadinam is one of the Kailasa monasteries, temple monastery complex in Chennai, which is a leading metropolitan city in South India. And there, on the 5th of July 2017, it was just after a huge persecution had actually happened in that very place, and we were about 20 to 25 of us, and the persecution had just about waned off, and we had the entire police rung, the revenue rung, all of them. The place was swarming with all of them, and we had just closed the. We had just more or less come out of the persecution and trying to, start the regular Kailasa lifestyle. Of course, even during the persecution, I must share here that we barely missed our morning routine. The attacks were continuing to happen, and we were continuing to have our morning routine. That is the greatness of Bhagavan's impact on our lives. Nothing stops us, and we have lost touch with our original biological genes, which would not have allowed us to face the persecution or adhere even during the persecution to our spiritual routine. It would have put us in a completely different mental setup. But with the impact of Bhagavan in our lives, with us literally living enlightenment, even during the persecution, the entire group adhered to the spiritual routine prescribed by our beloved Bhagavan, the Kailasa's morning routine. And so the persecution had just waned off, and the whole group was continuing to do the morning yoga, which starts during the Brahma Muhurta time, which is the most auspicious early morning time, conducive for conscious growth, for superconscious breakthrough. So anything that you do towards the body, mind, spirit at that time will help you take that leap towards superconsciousness. And the Brahma Muhurta time is therefore so sacred in the
It's 8
lifestyle
o'clock.
of Kailasa. And it is a lifestyle gifted to us by our Rishi ancestors, of course, originally prescribed by Paramashivoham himself, practiced by our Rishi ancestors, the great inner world scientists of Kailasa, and passed down generations after generations through the Gurukul system of knowledge transmission. And today, this Brahma Muhurta routine has taken a huge proportions across the world due to the effort of beloved Bhagavan across the world. It's such a joy to see the people waking up in Brahma Muhurta. Dear viewers, you need to know there is a huge section of people across the world who wake up actually at 3 o'clock in the morning, Brahma Muhurta every day, irrespective of whatever time we go to sleep the previous night. It can be 12, 1, 2, it doesn't matter, but we're up at 3 o'clock and we do the Panchakriya, that is the traditional washing of the eyes, of the nose, the bowels, the Panchakriya, the 5 cleaning methods. And then we have a bath because we have to do yoga after that. And yoga is a ritual as per the Hindu tradition. Therefore, you need to clean yourself before you do it. So we have a bath and then we start the yoga. So this whole group was doing yoga early morning in Trishula Madinam. And dear viewers, for those of you who are joining us just now, we are actually sharing with you from NTV Kailasa. Just, yesterday, we had the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, right at the Welcome Center entrance in Adi Kailash in Bangalore, South India. We all know that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has withdrawn from Adi Kailash since 2018, and he is in a location for the safety to continue serving humanity. But we had his darshan at the Welcome Center, at the very entrance, at the doorway, where he had left his foot imprint, right foot imprint on wet cement and made the impression there in the year 2013, and which has been worshipped since then, that particular spot where the foot imprint was left. And exactly at that spot, with his 2 feet on that imprint, we had the darshan of Bhagavan, and it has been captured in a photograph. And the entire group in Adi Kailash have experienced this miracle and blessing from Bhagavan. So we are here actually sharing this unique blessing with all of you, helping you all also to understand the ways of the cosmos and what Hindu tradition teaches and how real it is and how it happens in everyday life. And we're also about to share with you how we had a similar darshan in Trishula Madinam, which is one of the Kailasa monasteries in Chennai, South India, where we had a similar and even more, it was in 3 color, in 4 color, full color, because the ground lights were on. So therefore we could see it in full color. So I'm just about to share with you that similar incident. So let me continue. So here we were doing the yoga on 5th of July 2017 in Kailasa and Trishulam, Chennai. And we were about 20 to 25 of us. It was dark, of course, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, but the ground lights were on. And we usually take photographs of the entire spiritual routine and post it in social media to help people understand its importance and to inspire them also to follow the same in their life. So as usual, one of the sannyasis took the photograph. And as soon as the session was over, we continued to Guru Puja and Shiva Puja, which is the next part of the morning routine. And then the sannyasi who had captured the photograph, she started looking over the photos to post it. And at that time, what she saw, she was just completely shaken, because there, along with the yoga group, was Bhagavan himself, our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, actually standing facing the mountain. There is actually, it is at the foothills of the mountains in Trishulam. So he was there facing the mountain in his full 6-foot form, every inch of his body from the Sahasrara to his feet was completely visible, like live, like you're seeing me just now. And his long jatas, everything was visible. Every bit of it was visible. He was just standing facing the mountain. And that was captured in the photograph. I'm actually getting goosebumps now as I share this with you. And immediately she just shouted out to the whole group. And soon all of us just crowded around her. And we just couldn't believe our eyes, what we saw. And we immediately conveyed the same to Adi Kailash. Swamiji was at Adi Kailash at that time. It was 2017. And we immediately conveyed it to the team that is usually with Swamiji. We just couldn't contain the excitement. And the next few hours and probably that whole day was all about the Pratyaksha Darshan that we had got. Because on that same day, at that time, probably about 1 hour later, Swamiji was actually receiving Pratyaksha Pada Puja in Bengaluru, in Adi Kailash, right? And here we are doing yoga in Trishulam, 500 kilometers away. And Swamiji is accepting live Pada Puja from devotees sitting on the stage in Adi Kailash. And here we are seeing him live in Chennai, Trishulam, Adinam, captured in photograph. It was just mind-boggling to say the least. And we immediately, of course, sent the photographs to Adi Kailash, and they just couldn't believe what they were seeing, because they're seeing Swamiji receiving Pada Puja. And what is he doing in Trishulam, standing with all of you amidst the yoga? It was like first time we had actually experienced that. And Swamiji named Trishulam Adinam as Pratyaksha Darisana Kshetram. Pratyaksha means live. Darshanam, darshan means what you behold, the divine vision. Kshetra means a divine place. Of course, the Kailasa monastery is a divine place, right? It's a sthala, kshetra. So Pratyaksha Darsana Kshetra means the kshetra, the divine place where the live darshan happened. So Trishulam is also called the Pratyaksha Darsana Kshetram. And I'm going to try and project the photograph to you. NTV operator, you may project the photograph. So the rest of the day was spent in just sharing wildly the blessing that we had all received. In Hindu tradition, you always share the blessings. Your first step is to enrich the people. That is the Hindu teaching, philosophy, lifestyle. So we just joyfully spent the rest of the day and the next few days talking about it, spreading it, showing it to people. Because when you share such things, it is so needed today in the cerebral world, because we've lost touch with the original miracle lifestyle prescribed by Paramashiva. So when these things happen by the grace of the incarnations, only when we share, the cerebral minds and logic break, and it wakes up, because there's something you can't deny. When such undeniable things happen, only the cerebral layer will break, the logic will break. Otherwise, it'll always come back and say, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. We're all geniuses at that, right? So, which is why probably the incarnations also engineer the whole thing so that it is captured, because the modern day mind needs evidence. It may be God, but he needs an ID card. That's where we are today, unfortunately. So the incarnations adapt themselves to modern minds, and that is why, as part of the Leela, they also ensure the capturing is done. In fact, I also want to share further, which actually even many Kailasians don't know. When we convey this to Adi Kailash, Swamiji laughed and said, he revealed further on it. He actually said, okay, the guys in Trishulam have had my darshan. Actually, I visited Tiruvannamalai first, is what he said. We were shocked. In Tiruvannamalai, of course, we have the Adinam, right? So he said, sorry, there's a slight technical. Yes. So he said, I visited Tiruvannamalai first. And then we called the Tiruvannamalai Kailasians and asked them what was happening. Of course, this was later, not on the same day, probably the next day. He said, I visited Tiruvannamalai, but those guys missed it. So we didn't know what was happening. We asked them what exactly happened on the same day. So they said, actually, we got a call to take photographs of the campus and report to Adi Kailash. Actually, in Trishulam, we had not got any instruction. We did. We took the early morning yoga session like we do every day, right? We had not got any special instructions. We were up and about, and the group was so integrated to the morning yoga. Must mention that here, despite the persecution. Whereas in Tiruvannamalai, apparently, the small group that was there, they said we received a call, and they said, take a photograph of the campus and please report to Adi Kailash. And so we all spread around the campus and we took some photographs. And two of us went to the banyan tree area. We all know the banyan tree is the energy hub of all Kailasas, which is Paramashiva himself in the Kalpavriksha form. That is the boon-giving banyan tree form, right? And all banyan tree saplings in all Kailasas are saplings taken from the main banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, planted by Paramashiva himself, right? All right, so coming back. So we also went to the banyan tree area, but when we went there, these guys were explaining to us from Tiruvannamalai. When we went there, it was still dark and there was a kind of a rustle noise. And we got a little afraid. So it was two of us who went there. Two female sannyasis have gone there. We got a little afraid. So we just thought, okay, let's skip it. Let's photograph the other areas. And then we just took a spot decision and hurried away from the banyan tree area. Then we knew what had happened. Had they gone to the banyan tree area, they would have had the darshan in Tiruvannamalai also. Because the only word Bhagavan told the team who conveyed this to him was, he laughed and said, okay, so the guys have had darshan in Trishulam, the guys in Tiruvannamalai missed. So when we asked them and we put the jigsaw together, we understood that fear pattern, what to do. They went away and actually missed the darshan. Otherwise, they would have been the first to report and Trishulam would have been the second to report. But Trishulam had the divine blessing to receive the divine name, Pratyaksha Darshana Kshetram. Now you're going to see visuals of what happened in Trishulam. And please be informed.
July 5th, 2017 marks as a historical day by yet one another of the countless Leelas, divine plays of the avatar His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Paramahamsa Nithyananda appears in two places at once, giving darshan to Nithyananda Peetam, Trishulam Adinam, Chennai. In the early hours of Brahma Muhurta at 4 a.m. on the 5th of July, Nithyananda Peetam in Trishulam Adinam was up and alive, taking part in their morning spiritual routine of performing Nithyananda Yoga. This picture was taken at around 4:05 a.m. by a sannyasi in Trishulam Adinam to record the attendance for the morning yoga session. Little did she know that in the attendance was none other than Paramahamsa Nithyananda himself. It was after the image was captured that the form of His Holiness was noticed in the picture. It is undeniably his physical form, as evidenced by the shadow appearing in front of him. Also, pictured is an image taken of Paramahamsa Nithyananda at Bengaluru Adinam on the night of about 10:30 p.m. where he was giving darshan to the participants of the 43rd Inner Awakening, and at 6 a.m. on 4th of July during Pratyaksha Pada Puja where he was physically present. This event was broadcasted live on Nithyananda TV and via two-way video conferencing witnessed by thousands worldwide. There are eyewitness records of people around His Holiness as he was getting ready for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja in Bengaluru Adinam on the morning of 4th of July. The city of Bengaluru is about 340 kilometers away from Trishulam, Chennai, thus ruling out even the possibility for a flight taken. The form of His Holiness in the picture has the same attire and form as he had yesterday evening on the 3rd of July as he initiated his disciples into Vishesha Diksha. Srimad Bhagavatam, the Vedic scripture that precisely records and reveals the happening of various avatars of the past, present and future, describes the avatar in its complete form. Having clearly established that His Holiness was present in Bengaluru Adinam, hundreds of miles away from Chennai, the lucky group of devotees in Trishulam saw the same form of Paramahamsa Nithyananda as he was during the state of being in Samadhi yesterday after initiating his disciples in Bengaluru into the ancient Shaivite ritual of Vishesha Diksha. His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is seen adorning the sacred kavi cloth given to him by his Paramaguru Arunagiri Yogishwara, who is an incarnation of Sadashiva himself in Tiruvannamalai, Arunachala. Swamiji has blessed that huge positive explosion is going to happen in Trishulam. Sadashiva has assumed the same form to supervise and bless Nithyananda Peetam Trishulam Adinam.
Yes. Am I audible? Yes. So what you just saw was the first visual was Swamiji appearing in Trishulam Adinam. Okay. So here what you're seeing now is Swamiji appearing in Adi Kailash just yesterday. Here you can see the complete figure of Swamiji. Actually, they had a power outage. So this has been captured in the dark unknowingly by devotee Agni Aya, who's sitting in front of you right now, who just shared a short while ago. Unknowingly, just to, playfully, he clicked a photograph to inform someone who was inquiring from another part of Adi Kailash as to whether the power was back and all that. He just clicked a photograph playfully to say that, you just see here, we're still in darkness. And in that photograph, you can see the entire form of Swamiji captured live, standing on the very spot where Swamiji had laid his right foot and made an impression on the wet cement way back in 2013. So this is the darshan that you're having now.
Yeah. Yeah, just to add on to that, I wanted to just inform about just to reiterate the whole context. So what was happening was, and so just adding to that, there was a heavy rains yesterday, where usually the food is we'll take from the Kalabhairava gate and we'll keep it in the welcome center and we redistribute it to the entire campus, right? So that was the activity was going on. So Avimuktaya was there in the welcome center with few of the volunteers to see what is to receive the food, and I was actually driving the small light that you see behind that photo which you are getting projected is the car light which is I've been driving towards the welcome center, and this was the photo which was taken casually. And as Amma was just explaining about how it was happened in Trishulam Adinam, I think the same experience we also went through while we were sharing the photos. And it was actually early in the morning when we were zooming in, and I think when Avimuktaya was sharing in some of our WhatsApp groups and few of the people, then we zoomed in and see, then it was literally a shock. So where yesterday night we were just running about the power part and then the distribution. Of course, there was a different space altogether. Even though, as Avimuktaya was just mentioned, we didn't had any powerlessness or no power in the electricity, but we have so much in very all powerfulness. Actually, we can say we were so enjoying the darkness and we were all playing, and it was such a wonderful, nice ambience that we had. And then morning we saw this, we were shocked, and few of us literally was in the tears. What so much is going on, and see the thing is, every day is a celebration here in Adi Kailash, right? So outside, like a lot of other things happens during this pandemic situation. Having this kind of course, Swamiji is protecting us, and we are in the COVID care center, and we are nicely enjoying his protection. All these things is there, but something like this can also happen during the pandemic time, and it was like amazing breakthrough for us. And the whole day we were sharing each other, and as Amma was mentioning exactly in the Trishula Adinam, how it was actually shared across all the people, and in the next day we were actually sharing, like we were just sharing all the images, and many people were literally shocked. And that was kind of a, so here we can see a kind of a Divya Sharira, like as Amma was showing in the Trishula Madinam. So here it was a black, and it was kind of it's not in a colorful thing, but it was like more, I'm not sure, like it was like a completely altogether in a different space, especially when the food distribution was happening, and when there is no power, and it was literally like usually in those days we used to do NSP, and where whole night meditation we used to do, that kind of a intense darkness was there, and we were all casually also like playing, and then like talking each other, and then taking photographs, and then so the one thing is, yes, there was a lot of joy. And after morning when we saw this picture, that it was like furthermore enhanced, and we were able to share all the share it to all the participants, and everybody literally enjoyed. The whole day was almost half day spent in sharing with all the family members and all the friends and entire beings there, and we were all sharing, and we were, somebody was zooming in, and again even I can able to share that Avimukta again came back, and he was actually standing in the morning and taking the picture again, like in what angle I took. So all those things was fun was happening. Probably Avimukta can share what happened in the next day morning when we tried to share this photographs to everybody.
Yes, it's completely fun. As Aya said, it's a powerless moment. Actually, no power. Absolutely nowhere to explain the draining thing. And whoever has already come, the viewer, I'm sure most of you might have already come to Welcome Center. You know what is there. Even as Ma very nicely put it, our logical minds will always post your question to check up. That's how next day we came. We were sitting and just seeing what is that, how this can come. By normal eyes in a light, you know that there is a dawn. But no way in the night you cannot have a picture like the Durban. I just wanted to reassure with our viewers that only if you just zoom out the picture, I'm sure this picture is already there available in our social media. If you take out this picture and try to zoom out and see that near to the dome, perfectly it is Swamiji's picture. And down towards the Pada, Swamiji Pataga is exactly placed in the place what Ma was talking about. You know, I mean, most of you know that when we enter into the Welcome Center, there is a small, foot. We will not touch that. We will, put it, touch it and put it in our head and come inside. You know that's the way it's a sacred place. So the foot is there, and can we call this as a Vishwarupa Darshana? Welcome Center Vishwarupa Darshana, right? I mean, it's absolutely it is.
In around October 2019, when Swamiji started once appearing for the morning Nithyananda satsangs after he had withdrawn from society in 2018. So around October 2019, if you all remember, he mentioned in a satsang, I will start giving Divya Sharira darshans in multiple places all over. You guys will start seeing me to assure you that I'm with you continuously, and it will be 10,000 times more powerful, is what he said. And he said it will be that much powerful so that it can get captured by camera. So, of course, the advantage of having the incarnation of Paramashiva himself, Paramashiva makes everything possible for the human mind to break from its logic and embrace reality, embrace its own enlightenment. And as part of that, as part of Paramashiva's effort, all of this is happening. And so just like how he said, it will be so powerful that it will be captured in camera. Because if you remember, Aya, there is a photograph of Swamiji levitating when he was around the age of 11 and a half, 12. Of course, the photograph is not of him levitating, but it's a photograph taken in the studio where his yoga guru, Raghupati Yogi, had taken him to get a few photographs captured. And at that time, Bhagwan started levitating. And if you've seen the interview of the photographer, right, Sri Radha Krishna Gupta, who is still alive and who shared that he got so afraid when he saw Swamiji levitating, but he clicked. But it was not captured. It was not captured. And Raghupati Yogi said, it will not be captured. Please go check. So you'll have to retake, and I will request Swamiji to avoid levitation so that we can go ahead with the photo shoots. That was how the photograph we see on the deer skin is available today, after he had finished the levitation. So at that time, it was not captured. But now Swamiji has decided to bless humanity with captured Divya Sharira Darshans. So that is the highlight of this photograph, where Paramashiva has decided to make everything, to make an all-out effort for all types of minds to break and come to terms with the reality of super consciousness, God consciousness, whatever you call it, which is inside each one of them, each one of us. So that is a speciality of this capture that the viewers are seeing in front of them. Where the Divya Sharira Darshan, which is the divine energy body darshan of the incarnation of Paramashiva, was not only available but also captured in camera. So just wanted to share that with the viewers for deeper understanding.
It is absolutely right, it is 1,000 times powerful. Yes, when we have our Nayana Diksha or whatever the Diksha we used to get, I mean, the whole campus with the kind of situation we go through, I mean, the whole day and next day we are absolutely, you call as a still silent or still silence, or completely in a trance, and whatever the name you.
Yeah, I think there is some.
I think there's a technical glitch with that. Yeah. Yes.
I just wanted to continue with.
Yes.
Yeah. What Aya was. Yeah, I think Aya can continue.
Yeah, so that's what it is. I mean, you are right. What you said is 1,000 times powerful. Like, when we have any program, we go near to Swamiji and get darshan. That's, if you call that even just one time. With this kind of a thing, which Divya Sarira, the whole campus is getting blessed. The kind of a electric circuit we get is, it's immense. Like, so we could be able to really enjoy. So what you say is we all can vouch for that. Whoever is in this camp, we can vouch for it.
Yes, and few of us are also experiencing the presence of Swamiji, right? So in this whole pandemic, and as Swamiji said, Adi Kailash is the ship that is going to be saved from this entire pandemic. And with this kind of an assurance, so Swamiji is reassuring that he is with us continuously. So by seeing this kind of darshans again, so it is absolutely to be blessed. And the entire campus, all the people here was literally reassured that he is only saving us, and this is the only ship which can sail through this pralaya. And as Amma was also just mentioning, yes, the Divya Sharira is so powerful that it can also be captured in the camera. And that is a small joy that we get. Of course, he is protecting us, all knowing, definitely for sure. But the joy, that candy that we get, wow, that nice Swamiji is there. That joy
nothing like seeing.
Yeah, let's see. And that too in this pralaya, reassuring that you are being completely protected. This Adi Kailash ship is the only place where to sail towards this pralaya. I think this picture is more than enough to just get that assurance of what will happen. Everybody was like literally giving double security, joy, candy, like different experiences actually when we actually share it with them. And many people will.
And also, Aya, whatever you're describing, sorry for interrupting, but the viewers just want to explain more to the viewers here. Whatever the two of you are describing, being in Adi Kailash, the celebrative lifestyle of Kailasa, where every moment is a celebration, where Hinduism itself, Hinduism is nothing but the greater science of enlightenment. It is not actually a religion. It is a pure science. It is a greater science of enlightenment. So the way it introduces you to you is you are sons of the immortal nectar, right? And therefore, you are hardwired to be in bliss all the time. So everything that happens in the Kailasas or anywhere where the Kailasa lifestyle and teachings are practiced automatically becomes a place of celebration. So when the entire globe existed as Kailasa years ago, which Swamiji is trying to revive now, at that time, everyone lived as a happy, blissful, enlightened civilization, where power manifestation was a lifestyle, where darshan was a lifestyle. So what both of you are sharing now is actually echoing the what ancient Kailasa was, and how successful our beloved Bhagavan is in reviving Kailasa. So that is what the viewers need to understand here, that how the larger picture is evolving and how Swamiji is reviving the ancient Kailasa and making it happen for today's global civilization. Very soon, it will become, just like earlier, a complete, blissful, enlightened global civilization. So the huge revival effort by Paramashiva himself is towards this, and all the sharings that are happening in all these pre-satsang segments are all nothing but telltale signs that it is happening, that the revival initiated, blessed, and executed by Paramashiva himself is happening door to door, home to home, heart to heart, being to being. So the viewers were actually watching also the video that had captured what happened in Trishulamadinam in Chennai. So we were actually explaining to the viewers to help them understand better how both the captures were done on the same day. Swamiji giving the darshan in Trishulam in Chennai, South India, and 500 kilometers away, Swamiji receiving live Pada Puja from devotees in Bangalore. So that was what the video was about. So if I can just explain to you and you see the visuals once again, probably you'll be able to connect better. So the first few shots were of the darshan in Trishulam, where Swamiji appeared live amidst the group that was doing yoga early morning, blessing the group facing the mountain. And at the same time, Swamiji was receiving Pada Puja in Bangalore Adinam. So those were the next visuals that you saw, where devotees are sitting at his feet and offering puja to his feet, right? And so just to help you understand that both were happening on the same day, so that the logical mind is able to see with all the evidence, and it helps to come to terms with the reality. It is important for each one of us to come to terms with reality, because we have struggled enough with our logical minds, and especially now with the pandemic, globally, there is an awareness, there is an awakening that there is a super consciousness, that there is a higher force that we need to connect to. Somewhere deep down in all the suffering that has happened, this awakening has happened, and the incarnations happen during that time only to help humanity. It mostly goes hand in hand, because for deep awakening to happen, an incarnation's presence is a must. And only when the deep awakening, the jolting happens, the cerebral layers break, and we wake up to reality, to our own enlightenment. So you can probably see the visuals once again of the Divya Sharira Darshan that happened in Trishulamadinam in Chennai, where we all had darshan of Swamiji in two places at the same time. One in Trishulamadinam and the other in Bangalore Adinam, 500 kilometers apart. Yes, this is Trishulamadinam. Morning yoga. It's only 4 o'clock, so it's dark, but there were enough lights. Of course, it's all divine precision engineering. When the divine decides to give darshan, he orchestrates the whole thing. That's what this visual says. Yes. You can move on in the video. So you can see the full form of Bhagavan here, head to foot, with the jatas. And you can see the others blissfully, actually at that moment, doing the yoga. So each one is in the yogic postures. And here you can see Swamiji with the Inner Awakening group, giving them darshan, receiving Pada Puja on that very same day and hour. Here you can see the early morning Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Swamiji is accepting from devotees at the same time where the darshan is happening in Chennai, Trishulamadinam. And here you can see a small map. And mind you, in both the places, Swamiji was in the same attire. So he leaves enough evidences for people to understand. And you're also seeing a small, map which gives the distance between the two places. So we understand that it's 500 kilometers apart, right? And just the previous slide, you had seen Lord Krishna's own words about the state of his transcendental body. I can read it for you once. And right now what you're seeing is the very spot in Trishulamadinam where Swamiji was standing during the darshan. So that on that place has been consecrated what is called the Nija Pada, means the live feet, where the live feet of Swamiji fell. So in granite stone, like how all Hindu deities are consecrated, Pada, the feet of Swamiji have been made in granite stone and they have been installed, consecrated on that very spot. And every day Abhisheka, means sacred bath, and puja, worship, is offered to the Nijapada. And every day fresh vastram is offered, means fresh robes are offered. The robe offered on one day is not repeated ever. Swamiji is in Adi Kailash on the same day. In this video, you can see. You can see here. And actually on that day, we had 100% attendance. Usually it is, but sometimes one person might be missing here and there. But on that day, morning yoga, all present. You can see 100% attendance mark there. Right. So with that wonderful sharing, memories, reminiscence of the Divya Sharira Darshan, we are now ready to move into the next segment for today, which is the most awaited segment, which is our beloved Bhagavan Swamiji's Satsang, the Nithyananda Satsang.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, Please open your eyes.
Bhagavate Rudraya Sharadpurushaya Aguraya Vamadevaya Satyajataya Namaha. Bhagavate Rudraya Sharadpurushaya Aguraya Vamadevaya Satyajataya Namaha. Om Namo Namo Namah Shivaya. Om Namo Namo Namah Shivaya. Om Namo Namo Namah Shivaya. Om
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the Sarvanyapeta Yajaman, Kartas, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Kotari Tanedar, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Listen. Conscious sovereignty is manifested by you being and radiating your conscious sovereignty continuously. Do this Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. This is the Samyama to achieve conscious sovereignty. Listen. This Swarajya Siddhi Samyama means Samyama for the conscious sovereignty I directly received from Raghupati Yogi and Isakki Swamigal. Isakki Swami gave me as a Shaktipada itself. Now, this is the message from Paramashiva. Listen very deeply. I'm going to initiate all of you. Do the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada of this Samyama today. So if you want to call all your friends, family, you can call them for initiation. If you want to get your pets, get them for initiation. Actually, this is the important direct instruction from Paramashiva. That's the reason I came for the satsang today. Otherwise, originally I was planning that I will directly give the Devi Bhava Darshan on Adivelli, which is tomorrow. Tomorrow you are all going to have a darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, as it usually happens in those days, with a sari and all the full Devi manifestation. You are all going to have Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan tomorrow.
So I was originally planning I'll come for Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan because too much Samadhi. But this message just got downloaded into my system so powerfully, and it need to be delivered immediately, today itself, from the Akashic records. The whole science got downloaded. Please listen. I got the science from Isaki Swamigal and Raghupati Yogi both. Now Paramashiva gave this. Elaborately, directly from the Akashic records. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama. It's a very powerful manifestation. Directly from Paramashiva. So if you guys want, I'll give few minutes for all of you to gather everyone, your friends, family, pets, for initiation. Then I'll start the initiation. Shrikant, tell Prasanna Ramchandran to join. Tripura, tell Vedaswarupa to join. And tell Bhagavan Reddy also to join. Ramesh Ramani, I think in the car. Oh, it's in the house. Ramesh Ramani is in the house only. It's a sunlight. So all of you settle down with your Atmalingas. I'm going to initiate step by step. Call all your friends and family and inform them now. This Samyama has two layers. Swarajya Siddhi Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. I'm going to initiate both the layers. So better all of you settle down. Listen. All of you listen intensely. I'll explain both the levels. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti. Swarajya Siddhi, listen. You are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are relating is Paramashiva. With this cognition, continuously, every thought raising in you
should be from this cognition. Understand? Consciousness becoming your emotion, thought currents, words, retaining your sovereignty. Understand? Your consciousness, from that only your cognitions manifest. From your cognitions only your emotions manifest. From your emotions, your thought currents manifest. From your thought currents, your words come out. Through your words, you start acting. The words uttered inside or outside. That is the way your functioning starts. Your relationship, this whole psychodrama starts. So, listen carefully. Your consciousness manifesting as your cognition, as your emotion, as your thought current, as your words, without losing your sovereignty. Then you achieve Swarajya Siddhi. Anyone in this world can start practicing it. Now, I am giving you the second layer. Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. This is the Samyama. Samadhi. You need to manifest it intensely. Samadhi, which you need to manifest it intensely. For this, you need certain amount of ferociousness. Just for this Chaturmasya, please do it. Listen carefully. Mala Nadarajan, don't worry. Mala Nadarajan has messaged that Nadarajan is admitted in the hospital. Don't worry. You have taken care of my daughter, so I will take care of you all. But don't worry. Yes, let's come back to Satsang. Listen. Listen carefully. I'll describe elaborately, clearly, how my gurus used to manifest this samadhi and these powers of the conscious sovereignty. I'm using the word English word conscious sovereignty. Originally, the original Sanskrit word is Swarajya Shakti. It means reclaiming your Rajya, your kingdom, and manifesting the Shaktis of your kingdom. Swarajya Shakti Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Samyama means Tarana, Dhyana, Samadhi. All these three put together is called Samyama. So now, this is the way you can manifest your conscious sovereignty. Listen. Listen to the instructions deeply. Only one thing. 24/7. Remember, you are Paramashiva. Everyone with whom you are interacting is Paramashiva. And from this same space, your new cognitions should start manifesting. Your thought currents should start manifesting. Your ideas, emotions should start manifesting. Your words should start manifesting. It is very easy if you decide this 4 months, this Chaturmasya, conscious sovereignty Chaturmasya, you will do all the interactions from this space. I tell you, I guarantee, take this as my guarantee, you will earn 10 times more wealth. You will have best relationships. Your health will become 100 times better. Your inner space will manifest at least 100 powers. Mark all these words as my commitment to you all who are receiving this initiation. Listen, this Chaturmasya till Navaratri, decide. Your whole interaction will be only from this angle, this space. And make sure all your communication is only through writing and showing, writing and showing, writing and showing. Because when you are not blabbering, all your verbalization is blabbering. When you are not talking blah 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 blah, you can retain the conscious sovereignty cognition. If you make your communication only through writing, you can always make sure, yes, I am from that space. I am here as Paramashiva, and here is this Paramashiva. So I am here to be ultimately integrated. No cheating, exploiting, no cunningness, strategic relationship, integrity to integrity, Paramashiva to Paramashiva, oneness to oneness. If there is a conflict, I will explain this, my conflict and insecurity and fears to this Paramashiva, knowing that this Paramashiva will not exploit me, will only support me in manifesting my Paramashivatva more and more. Listen, I am telling you, most of your deluded insecurities will melt down. All your delusional insecurities will melt down. You will know only the real problems and you will be able to solve it. I tell you, I know the powerfulness of this samadhi. I have seen my gurus doing and I have done it. Now, I wanted to prove to all the devotees all over the world. There are many people, newcomers, you would have come today and listened to this satsang. You may be thinking, oh, this is absolutely impractical. 4 months he is asking us to be literally in silence. He doesn't know I am a doctor, I am a lawyer, I am an engineer, I am a scientist, I am a CEO, and he is asking me to be in silence. He is impractical. You may think. For all of you, I will prove the power of this samyama by making my Kailasa government. The whole Kailasa government will function, this whole Chaturmasya, with this Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Means
The whole Kailasa government, Biddi, Tiruvannamalai, all countries, the Kailasa government function, Swarajya Shakti Samyama, Samadhi, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi. Listen. Immediately, I know few people will raise, no. They somehow want to break this samyama. They will raise, oh, what to do if we need to attend to some legal things with the outer world, if we need to attend to something. All right, maybe those one or two things, rarely you can speak as an exemption. Otherwise, let it be writing and showing. For example, if the ashram from Tiruvannamalai ashram and Biddi ashram need to communicate, come on Zoom call, both side, write and show, writer of not speaking and writing, because by the time you write, you won't lose your cognition. But when you speak, you are so addicted to speaking. I will not say natural, unnaturally natural habit of you. You don't know what you speak. You don't know what you do. Actually, Skandamata does not speak. She is not speaking because she doesn't want to lose the conscious sovereignty. She knows. She wants to speak from conscious sovereignty. That is why she is waiting. She wants to be in my space, so when I initiate her, without losing the conscious sovereignty samyama, she wants to manifest. Listen. The Kailasa government, all the Kailasa-vasis, if you guys take it sincerely and do what I am saying, you will prove to the world the power of this samyama. The power of this samyama. Listen. When I am explaining, if you decide it is difficult or not, you have to do, that's all. Guruvak is neither difficult nor easy. It's a choice. It's a simple decision. That's all. So even for the devotees, I am saying, see, in your office, you may not have convinced everyone, but try to retain this conscious sovereignty, cognition, and continue to speak. Keep that as your spiritual path and your connection with Kailasa and all that. With those people, no other way you have to run your life. Other than those few, with everyone who knows you are my disciple and you do everything I say, with all of them, why you are doing what you are doing. They will be happy that you are seeing them as Paramashiva and you are very honest with them, very integrated to them. No cheating, no strategy, no cunningness. They will be very happy to have a person like you in their life. In every part, I tell you, I really tell you. Exemptions, okay. Like there may be some of you, speaking is your profession, like a teacher or a singer. So those few things exempt, okay. Even in Kailasa government, those few exemptions, okay. Even during that time, try to continuously hold the cognition you are Paramashiva, and with whoever you are relating, they are all Paramashiva. And I tell you, try to shift most of your communication to chatting, make it into typing, writing, that kind of things. Why? You don't know the power of this. With writing, typing, still it has not become unnaturally natural habit. See, breathing is organically natural habit. Good. But talking, even wearing clothes, all these are toxic natural habit. Not natural. Or I can put it in the other way. It has become almost like a natural for you, but which is not your nature. Like how wearing dress is not your nature, but it has become natural now. Breathing is very organically natural habit. But talking is not organically natural habit. It is forced natural habit. Forced and became a natural habit. WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, in everything. Typing is okay. Chatting is okay. Drop talking, because while you type, while you chat, I know the delete, how many times you delete and retype, delete and retype, reword before send button. Listen. Sometimes even after sending, you wanted to verify if that person has not seen the message, if the double tick is not there, you delete it. You unsend the message. Listen. Just these 4 months, hold this cognition. You will manifest so much powers. You will see the secret of the cosmos, I tell you. Listen, Paramashiva, you decided to enjoy you, so you became many. And enjoying you, anything else, pain, suffering, fear, insecurity, due to the existence of the other, is delusion. You will wake up to this reality. You will manifest that kind of powers, personality, joy, wealth, everything in your life. I am not giving you some technique to get 1 ton gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet made out of gold. I am giving you the methodology to get a planet, full planet, hill, everything is gold. That is what is Swarajya Siddhi. Understand? I am not giving you one small power, one small health. I am giving you your own consciousness. As I told you, you are not human being for me. You are a conscious being. You will know your purpose. You will know your life. You will feel so fulfilled, peace, joy, fulfillment. It's like you will be so grounded. You will feel so big about you. You will feel so satisfied about you. $1,000 good things will happen if you just do this till Navaratri, till Vijayadashmi. That's all. I am not asking you to be in silence forever. Even in this Chaturmasya, I am not saying that you should never talk. As I gave you the exemption, whoever you are not convinced that you are my disciple and you are doing some spiritual practice, maybe your boss in the office, some of them may not have been convinced about your spiritual aspiration and practices. With them, you have to speak your survival. Those things, make it as exemption. Other than those exemption, make this as your lifestyle. I tell you, the most important truth is holding the conscious truth. You are Paramashiva, and everyone in your life is Paramashiva. Hey, listen. See, I am not talking something illogical, irrational, or impractical. Don't think I am talking something impractical. Listen. By the grace of Paramashiva, by the age of 16, literally I have mastered every thought current and experiences of enlightenment sciences. Different branches of enlightenment sciences. Shaiva, Vaishnava, Shakta, Vaidika, Vedanta, Siddhanta. That is the way Paramashiva has supported. Of course, he himself manifested and he has made the whole ambience available for me in every way. He supported and made everything happen. And after that, last 27 years of my public life, from the time the Yoga Pattabhishekam is done, last 27 years, with millions of people I have worked, directly, personally, initiated, guided, made them experience powers, manifest all the best things in the life. I have done everything. Listen, I am telling you all this just to make you understand. I am most practical person. I will not tell you something impractical. And I will not tell you something useless. I am highly user-friendly and highly efficient. efficiency oriented, focused. If I ask you to do some spiritual practice for 10 minutes, I will make sure you get the result of at least 10 years of your tapas and the time you are spending on that spiritual practice. I am a very productive person, efficient person. You can see in 43 years what I've achieved. From that, you can understand I am very productive, life positive, focused, successful person, very practical person. If I am giving you this samyama, this samadhi, I know the power it can bring in your life. So drop all the ideas. It is difficult, not possible for me. No. Everyone will be able to do this. As I told, if talking is your profession, like teacher, lawyer has to talk in the court. So that kind of unavoidable, have exemption. So even during those moments, always try to hold the cognition. You are Paramashiva and everyone around you is Paramashiva. And this whole interaction is between Paramashiva and Paramashiva. Hold that cognition and continue to talk, but you will forget, I know, because talking has become such unnaturally natural habit. You will forget that cognition. But what to do? But all the other times, stop talking and be from this cognition and always do the communication by penning down. Then even few minutes if you miss, you can get back to this cognition and start penning down. Kailasa government should take up this samyama. Everyone in Kailasa. And even the people who have come for the quarantine, staying in all our campuses, you can also try. Of course, it is not a compulsion for you. You can try. Because now, these 4 months, what are you going to do? You can try. Listen. When you start trying, you will see how many things open up in you and how you beautifully organize yourself. All the 25 faces of Paramashiva manifesting in you, all the 25 states of consciousness manifesting in you,
how your whole being gets manifest, the Paramashivatva manifests in you. I tell you, when that experience comes from the peace space of Paramashiva, that samadhi starts manifesting, then you will understand, oh God, wow. My job is to give you Shaktipada and conscious support as a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva. I bless you all and I commit with you all. I will surround you all as a conscious layer inside and out. Inside and outside, both. Like a conscious blanket. Conscious energy field. Support all of you in every possible way to manifest this great truth. See, when you start living this truth, you will see whatever you want in your life starts manifesting, like a wealth, health, relationships, everything. Then you will understand the auspiciousness of this samadhi, this samyama, and you will be so inspired to follow. You will you will simply start doing it. I have seen Isaki Swami constantly manifesting this samadhi. Whenever he sits in samadhi, he will do that only. He will never speak. He will have a slate and anybody comes for blessing, support, anything, he will just write and show. And clean. Write and show. And clean. Write and show. That's all. Kailasa government, all over the world, start practicing this and give confidence to people that it is possible to do this and be successful in all our activities. See, the Kailasa government, surely you can convince your vendors, people who supply food for you, you can convince them. We are doing a special process, Mauna Vratam, Samyama for this 4 months. We will only write and show. Maybe you will not be able to convince if there is some legal requirements, like you need to talk to some lawyer or some legal, if needed, with the outer world. You may not be able to convince them. So with them, you can communicate through words. Even with them, hold this cognition and communicate. Communicate slowly from this cognition, conscious sovereignty. Let the words manifest one by one, slowly, with extreme awareness. All the people who are sincere, want to manifest conscious sovereignty, powers of Paramashiva, should take up this samyama. Actually, Papa Skandamata is doing this samyama already. That is why she's not talking. It's not that she doesn't know the language. You can write and show her. She knows the language. I can prove it to her. She knows the language. I can prove it to the whole world. You can write and show. She will respond. She knows the language. She is doing this samyama. That's why she's not talking. She is doing this samadhi. She wants to talk from conscious sovereignty in my space. I tell you, it's a very powerful samadhi, samyama. Try this. See, even the people, still now you have not convinced that you are my devotee, you are spiritual seeker and you are practicing, you are initiated disciple. You can take next 1 or 2 days and convince them. It is possible. Kailasa, everyone listen, everyone in the Kailasa, all the Adinavasis, Gurukul Balasans, people who are in quarantine, in Biddi, in Hyderabad, all the sannyasis, all of you listen. Don't try to ask for exemption. Don't put your energy on breaking this samyama. Put your energy on making this samyama and making the whole world understand the power of this samyama. If you demonstrate it, the power, the whole world will start realizing the power of Paramashiva's words. That is the best enriching you will do. Your whole consciousness, body, mind, brain, emotions, everything will be detoxed. Paramashiva will start manifesting. Just this one samyama, this one samadhi,
என்னப்பனல்லவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா என்னப்பன் என்னப்பன் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா என்னப்பன் என்னப்பன் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா என்னப்பன் என்னப்பன் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட ஏழாம் உடல்கள் தாண்டி நித்திய வாழ்வும் கண்டிட கேடான காலம் தன்னை வென்று நிலை நின்றிட சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா சீரான பாவம் பழி நீங்கி பெரும் வாழ்வினை கொண்டாட நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தன்னை நெய்தவா என்னப்பன் என்னப்பன் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா 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 எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயுமல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா
என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே பன்னீரு கை நித்ய குருநாதனே பன்னீரு கை குருநாதனே பன்னீரு கை நித்ய குருநாதனே பன்னீரு கை குருநாதனே பக்தர்கள் அனுகூலனே பக்தர்கள் அனுகூலனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே நித்யபுரி வாச நித்யானந்தனே அருள்புரி நித்யானந்த ரூபனே அருள்புரி நித்யானந்த ரூபனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே கால்களில் பொற்றிலம்பு நித்ய கைகளில் பொற்றதங்கை கால்களில் பொற்றிலம்பு நித்ய கைகளில் பொற்றதங்கை கல் 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 என வருவான் கல் 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 என வருவான் நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யா 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 நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய ரூப நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே என்னப்பனே என்னையனே நித்யானந்த நித்ய காருண்யனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே கங்கை முடி கொண்ட காசிநாதனே பங்கை சரி பாதி தந்தவனே உடம்பே பங்கை சரி பாதி தந்தவனே நித்யா நித்யா நித்யா
As a living Purnavatara of Paramashiva, living complete manifestation of Paramashiva, I bless you all. Let this conscious sovereignty samyama, let this Swarajya Siddhi samyama, Swarajya Shakti samyama
manifest in all of our lives, and all the auspiciousness blossom. The past, present, future, all the three completely be occupied by Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest in our past, present, future. Make all of us realize not only our present and future is Paramashiva, even our past is Paramashiva. There is no vase for past in the space of Paramashiva. All three, past, present, future, all is eternal. When you understand past is Paramashiva, you will understand present is Paramashiva, future is Paramashiva. All the delusions will disappear. Kalatita, Mayatita, Dvandvatita, Paramashivatva manifest in all of us.
மதி உணராதவர்க்கு மதி உணர் செய்திட வான்மழனிலே தேவா அறவாடிட இதை சூழ்ந்திட இவன் சேர நீ வருவாய் அகம் உணர்ந்திட புறம் மகிழ்ந்திட புலித்தோலோடு நீ வருவாய். विमुक्ति कारणे नादिकेश दिव्य ब्रह्मरूपने मीनाक्षि शक्ति सहित सुंदरे सने अन्नामलै उदित नित्यानंदने चित्त अचित्तெல்லாம் முன்னாலே இயக்கும் முன்னாலே உந்தன் கண்ணாலே சிகையில் அணிந்திட்ட மதியாலே பதிலின்
Om. Listen carefully. The idea, perception, experience you carry about your past, when that starts changing, your future will start changing. This samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samadhi Samyama, will make your idea about your past change. Your life will be detoxed so much. Your perceptions about past will disappear. You will feel so much of joy, ecstasy, fulfillment. I tell you, when you guys suffer, I feel so much sympathy seeing you all, because 99% of your suffering is just delusion centric. The remaining 1% is not suffering. It's a sport challenge, joy of life. Ecstasy of life. So, when your perception about the past changes, past just drops from you. It will never be a heavy load on you. It will no more be a toxic around you, making your present and future toxic. So understand? I bless you all. The whole load of your past be detoxed. all the load of the past be cleared. Let you all be detoxed. Let you all radiate Paramashivatva. Let Paramashiva Paramborul, ultimate, manifest in all of you. Om, 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 Om. Shiva, 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 Shiva.
வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே அன்பின் வடிவமே ஆனந்த ஈஸ்வரனே வெள்ளம் முழுதும் சிவாட்சி மலர வருகவே அடிமுடி காணாத அண்ணாமலை நாதனே சபை புலி ஆண்டவனே அடியெடுத்து வருகவே கையிலையில் வாழும் எங்கள் கையிலை நாதனே கருணை வடிவே நீ வருக வருகவே நலம் தரும் வாழ்வருளும் நித்யானந்தனே இடமதி சூடி நீ வருக வருகவே மகா சதா சிவோஹம் மகா சதா சிவோஹம் மகா சதா சிவோஹம் மகா சதா சிவோஹம்
மாமதுரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி, அருணையில் உதித்த நித்தியனை போற்றி, மாமதுரை மீட்ட சுந்தரா போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா அனந்தா நித்யானந்தா, அனந்தா 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 நித்யானந்தா. எந்தாய் போற்றி, அருவமை உருவமை ஆனாய் போற்றி, முழுவதும் இருந்த முதல்வாய் போற்றி, முத்தமிழ் மொழி கண்ட முகிழே போற்றி, அஞ்சல் நெஞ்சிங்கு அருள்வாய் போற்றி, அத்தான் போற்றி ஐயா போற்றி, நாதமனாவிலே நின்றாய் போற்றி, கீதமராவிலே ஆனாய் போற்றி. நித்யானந்தா அனந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய், நித்யானந்தா நினைத்தால் நெஞ்சில் நிறைவாய், நஞ்சு அமுதாய் நயந்தாய் போற்றி, கனவிலும் அன்பற்கு ஆனாய் போற்றி, கலியுகம் காத்த காலமே போற்றி, உணர்வில் ஒன்றான உயிரே போற்றி, உயிர் தாண்டி வந்த துணையே போற்றி, அருமையில் எளிய அழகே போற்றி, கோடியில் என கொண்ட நித்தியனை போற்றி.
नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे नवदेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। मृत्युञ्जयाय रुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय शाम्भवे नवदेशाय सर्वाय महादेवाय ते नमः। భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా, ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. పరమశివుడేరా స్వామి మనవాడేరా, కైలాస నుంచి వచ్చిన మనతోడేరా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేనా, నిత్యానంద పరమ శివమేనా, మనవాడే మనతోడే మన స్వామి వచ్చాడురా, మనవాడే మనతోడే మన స్వామి పాద కమల శరణం. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా, ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోదమురా, ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనది ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామిని తలవరా, ఏమీ లేకున్నా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా. ఎంతటి కష్టమైనా మనకి స్వామి నీ తలవరా. ఏమీ లేకున్నా నీకు స్వామి ఉన్నాడురా. దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దిగిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా. దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా. దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా స్వామి దివిలో నీకెళ్ళామురా. దివ్య శరీర స్వామి మన భాగ్య విధాతరా. మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా దర్శనమిచ్చాడురా. మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా స్వామి పాదక మన శరణం. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. భూమిలోని అంతరికి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. ఒక్క తలుపుతోటి స్వామి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. భూమిలోని అంతరికి శక్తికిచ్చాడురా. మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా. స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా. మనకి శక్తినిచ్చి మనతో అందరికీ ఇచ్చాడురా. మన స్వామి దీక్షతో పుట్టివాడు చూసేనురా. ప్రపంచమంతా సంతోషమే పరాశక్తి ఆవిష్కరణమే. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసరా. ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనులు చైతన్యుడురా. కైలాస దేశ స్వామి భూమిపైన కైలాసరా. ఇక్కడ భూమిలో జనులు చైతన్యుడురా. వెలుకోండి వెలుకోండి దివ్య శరీరలు కండి. మన స్వామి కృపతో మా మనము పరమశివాండి. మనవాడేరా మన తోడేరా మన స్వామి పాదక. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ఏమీ భాగ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోదమురా. ఏమీ సౌఖ్యమురా మనకి ఎంతటి మోక్షమురా. ಮಣ್ಣೆ ಮಾಮಲಗೆ ಮಣಿಗೆ ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯವೇ ಮರಗದಮೇ ಎಳ್ವೈರಮೇ. பொன்னே புகழ் சேர் பொன்மலகே சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே. என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா என் குருநாதா. அஞ்ஞான கடல் நீங்கி கணக்கு ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் குருநாதா நித்யானந்தா. ஆத்ம ஞானம் அளிப்பாய் நித்யா. கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை புடி பூசி புடுக்கை தனை ஏந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே வீடு பிடியால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே ஞாயிறு திங்கள் நித்த முறைகின்ற செவ்விழி கொண்ட செல்வனே சொற்களே எந்த சோமனே ஐயா சோதி வடிவான ரூபனே பழிமொழி காணா அண்ணாமலையே அகிலமும் போற்றிடும் ஐயனே ஆபரணனே நால்வர் போற்றிட நயமுடனாடிடும் நாதனே ஆழகாலம் உண்டு ஆழம் காடுதனில் ஆனந்த நடமிடும் ஆதி செய்வனே மங்கையிடம் கொண்டு கங்கை முடி கொண்டு நர்த்தனம் புரியும் ஈசனே சுடலை முடி பூசி உடுகை அணையேந்தும் காலனே புலிதோலனே மீனின் விழிகால் உள்ள முறைகின்ற மதுரை மாநகரின் ராசனே இன்னல்களை கலைந்து இன்பங்களை அளிக்கும் சுந்தர வடமணி நேசனே தானாடிட மங்கையவளிடம் கொண்டு நீயாடி பாடியாற்று இருவினைகள் தீர்த்தருளவே நித்யனே இடவத்தின் மேலேறிவா என்றென்றும் ஈசனை தானாடிட புவிதனில் சுந்தரனை நீயாடிவா தினமும் நீ விசும்பு தந்தருளவே நேசனே மலனே நீயாடிவா இவையோர்கள் இன்னலை கலந்திடும் தேவா தேவாதி தேவா சதா சிவா பாபா குருவாக வந்து திருவருள் புரிவாய் நித்யானந்தனே முக்தி தரவாவா விடதியில் உரைகின்ற பிரமனே நீயாடிவா காஞ்சியில் மண்ணாய் உரைபவனே அப்பாய் காட்சி தரும் எங்கள் ஆணை காவரசே ஆதிகந்தமிழாத ஜோதியாய் அருணகிரி உரைநாதனே உலகிய கிடும் வாயு வடிவே காலகத்தி ஈசனே பொழுதிடத்தில்லை நகர்தனில் வானில் ஆடும் கூத்தனே பஞ்சபூதமும் நித்தம் பணியும் பரமனே பரமேசனே நித்ய ரசித நித்ய வைபவ குப்த கைலை வாசனே ஈசனே சர்வேசனே பரமேசனே ஜெகதீசனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே குரு சேவனே நித்யனே ஆனந்தனே என் ஜீவனே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ விரிவேது எங்களை காட்டிலவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்க்கவே அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே அகிலம் தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே நீ இன்றி விரிவேது எங்களை காட்டிடவே என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்த்திடவே நாயகனே வேத்து வித்தகனே பரமருளே ஞான திருவருளே கண்கோடி வேண்டும் காலனை காண தேரில் பவனி வர அவனி ஆடிடுதே என் கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணசையும் கருணை நிறுவிடமே செவ்விடம் புன்னகையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையாகவே
ஆனந்தமாய் வாழ வைக்க ஆண்டவனே ஏறி வந்தாய் கனியாகும் உந்தன் கருணையிலே அன்பு என்னாகும் உந்தன் வருகையிலே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் சிரசினை தந்தாயே எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் என் காலம் வந்தாயே உயிர் தந்து உயிருக்கு பொருள் தந்து விளக்கி நீ தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட சிந்தை சித்த
ஓம் 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 ஓம். Om, Om, Om. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest with all the bliss, complete manifestation as a living Purnavatar of Paramashiva. I bless you all. Let Paramashiva manifest as Purnavatara in all of you. Om, 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 Shiva, 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 Shiva. Samrajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu, Anandamayi Bhava, Sarvamangala Praptirastu. Om, 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 Om. I bless you all. Let all the auspiciousness happen. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Swarajya Siddhi, Swarajya Shakti, Samadhi Praptirastu. Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Paramashiva Sayujya Mukti Praptirastu. Today I also have some releases. Till now we have few hundred proclamations from all over the world. Today I am releasing first 200 to all of you and to the world. The first proclamation is from Mayor of City of San Jose, the Honorable Sam Liccardo. I thank you for this proclamation. Next is from John Billingsley, President, Hollywood Food Coalition, USA. Ashok Desai ji from California, USA. Reach Maluwal, spokesperson, South Sudan Bar Association, South Sudan. Commander Amela B.T. Gibson, Immigration Support Unit, the Republic of Liberia. Mr. Rabi Fakri, Attorney at Law, Lebanon. Joshua
Kitakule, Secretary General, Interreligious Council of Uganda, Kampala, Uganda. Kayanja Vincent D. Paul, Chairman of Lake Victoria Regional Location, East Africa, Uganda. Governor Henaro Polai, Melakok State, Republic of Palau. I thank all of you, and there are hundreds more. Today I am releasing the first set of few hundreds. Blessings to all of you. And Ma Paramartha Bangaru Kutru Niku Pelirosu Subhakangshalu. Ma Paramarthananda, Ma Nitya Paramarthananda Bangaru Kutru Niku Pelirosu Subhakangshalu. Blessings. And blessings to every one of you. To manifest successfully this Samyama, Swarajya Shakti Samyama. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living, collective integrity, and Paramadvaitam, Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand?
It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. It is a cognitive shift from what we understand as body and mind to the superconscious space of Paramashiva, as quantum, as the ultimate that we can experience. It's a science because it can be experienced by each one of us and it is repeatable. The science of power manifestation is authenticated by all the evidences listed here. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural evidences, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, the Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvar, Siddhas, millions of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who have manifested the powers of Paramashiva. Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, are account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a human can have a cognitive shift and experience the superconscious Paramashiva as reality. And as per the Shastra, Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagavan himself. Bhagavan has beautifully said, all the people who come to Kailash courtyard, I myself will be there to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan has beautifully said how we can experience the thoughtless space and experience the ultimate Paramashiva space, state, powers and Kailasha of Paramashiva. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana are the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. This is from Shivanyanottama Agama, verse 15.
Pramana for the power of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvojnanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says for the scriptural reference for Sarvajñatva Agama, within such a yogi who established himself in the absolute non-dual oneness with the Lord Shiva, Paramashiva, and who keeps himself from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowingness, Sarvajñatva, get unfolded in all its fullness. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says how we can be the ultimate, that we can just download anything from anywhere. All the greatest saints that recently, whether it is Ramakrishna Paramahamsa or Ramana Maharshi or Vivekananda, Mahaperiva, all of them could download anything and they were masters of Vedas and Agamas. They did not go to a previous schooling or they did not have any Gurukulam education, but they could just download at just one reading of it or one scanning of it or just listening to it one time. How is that possible? How Mahaperiva was mastering 18 languages. He could even explain to different people in their language even more the depth of the meaning. All this greater science starts manifesting in us when we start looking in for the higher reality. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully says, establish himself in non-dual oneness with Paramashiva, one who is looking for more oneness space rather than the outward world, all the delusion that we are going through, and It's not that something is going to be lost or something is going to be gained. It is how we are. Janaka was initiated by Ashtavakra, and before Janaka asked, is it so simple to experience the oneness with Paramashiva and become Paramashiva? And Ashtavakra says, before you get down from the horse, I will initiate you. And he puts his leg out of the horse to get down. In the halfway, he became enlightened. That is the time it takes for us to experience the Paramashiva space. It is easier than the blink of the eye, Bhagavan says. All we need to do is just start looking in how many minutes it takes for us to go to sleep. Just few seconds. We close our eyes and drop the mind and we are in the deep sleep. And the body is not there, but thoughts are there in the dream state. Then we wake up, we are with the body and the mind. Mind is a processor, Bhagavan says. It puts us into different states and wakes us up into different states. And mind can wake us up into the Turiya state also when we start searching for it. Like it's a lost eyeglasses which we are already wearing. That is how Bhagavan beautifully says that we can figure out ourselves how we are when we start looking in. Because Bhagavan has initiated us into the greatest science, we can start observing how we exist in the higher reality. And the more and more we start looking in, the more and more the intelligence start opening up. Because the very nature of the Paramashiva is intelligence. The higher the intelligence, higher the auspiciousness, higher the abundance, because everything is the intelligence itself. The more we understand the reality and we have not lost anything, or we are not, nothing has been lost. Bhagavan beautifully says there's nothing for us to change or nothing to change in the world. There is nothing for us to do. All we need to do is look in. For going to sleep, we don't change ourselves or change somebody. They just go to sleep, we just go to sleep. That's how Bhagavan says we can experience just by listening to ourselves, the inner space, the mind, whatever thoughts happen, understanding that there is no thought which is touching us. He gives the example of the fishes jumping in the pond. There is no relation or anything. You just go and enjoy the dolphin fish jumping up and down, and you just experience the whole thing. And once you experience that it is not connected, it is not touching you, it is just disconnected, which is happening. Bhagavan beautifully gives an example of the moon having all the faults which is seen because of the sun's ray on it. It does not bother. There is nothing affected in the moon because it is seen. It is just there, all the craters and everything that is seen as a fault in the moon, but there is nothing actually the fault. All the things that we have, the incompletions, is there, but it is not us. We are responsible for that, but it is not us. We have to understand that detail. Simply we will be unclutched and we'll know that we are not affected by that. If you know a solution to a problem, will you think of the problem again? We cannot, because you know the solution. Same way Bhagavan says, if you know that this is the higher reality and you understand this higher reality, nothing will touch you, nothing will bother you. The screen is always with all the floods and all the violence and everything, but he says the screen is not touched. And he even says if the screen is viewed from the back of our head, because all the five senses, all the process is done in the back of the head. If you view with the screen as you are the screen and everything is projected on you for 3 full days, and simply you will be enlightened, because it is happening on the screen, but it is not happening to you. Nothing can happen because you are Paramashiva. Only that we lose ourselves more and more in the outer world, then only we lose ourselves actually. So beautifully Bhagavan says, if you free from all sorts of differentiating notion, the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, we drop all that because it is not us. What a great scene. And we don't have to change anything. It is the way it is. It is going to be the way it is, but it is not us. That clarity more and more we bring in, we start understanding that we are Paramashiva. Our past is Paramashiva. I am Paramashiva, I was Paramashiva, I'm going to be Paramashiva. And all these are happenings that I'm responsible for. When I understand this thoroughly, simply I become Paramashiva and merge into Paramashiva. Beautifully, Apta Pramana, Bogar, one of the greatest Siddhar, 18 Siddhas, Bogar was one of the greatest Siddhar. And this is from the official website of Bogar, where it clearly says how he went to the Chinese group and started the Taoism and the creator of Yin Yang and non-dual consciousness. The whole science was brought by him in the Chinese community. We have Jacob, also one or more Siddha, Sri Ramadeva Siddha. He also went to the Middle East and even spoke in their languages, and he has produced more the details of all the herbal medicines and everything, much more than all the siddhas, just by imbibing the whole science of Paramashiva. All these siddhas knew the science and they were able to imbibe everything. The plants and trees and all, they don't do research and have a microscope, lab, scientist, nothing. They just humbly surrender their identity and become oneness with the herbs, and simply the herbs reveal themselves to the all these siddhas, and that's how they have discovered all the greatest science. Whether it's about the astronomy or all the herbs, they simply surrender. Bhagavan beautifully says they simply surrender, humbly surrender to anything. Even Bhagavan says you can humbly surrender to your laptop to understand the codes of Paramashiva. So the great science, Bogar was able to even make a cat chant the Veda. We have heard that many times, the animals chanting the Vedas. Even the Sant Jnaneshwar, he was able to make the buffalo chant the Vedas. All these great signs are taught for us to understand. It's not a miracle for us to download. It is the very way we exist. The five senses that we believe that it is true is the only delusion that we drop and we merge it with Paramashiva. We can understand the higher science. There was a kid in the who was in the Paramashivoham level 2 program, and that kid was 6 years, and 1 week she was crying. She did not understand the languages, English language, and she spoke in French. And after 1 week, she went to Darshan, told Swamiji that I want to manifest the power of English. And he said, Tatastu. And after that, the next day, she spoke in English without even a grammatical mistake. When you start speaking a new language, you will have so many grammatical mistakes and so many confusion trying to find the words and all that. But she was so clear. She just downloaded when Bhagavan blessed her. All these are again and again repeatedly showing us that we have to drop our self-doubt, our self-denial and self-hatred. Bhagavan beautifully explains here how he manifested the power of a new language, Hindi.
Means there is no individual free will and thinking, but the thinking is realized by my inner space first in Sanskrit, then it gets translated either into English or into Tamil. If I'm doing some administration work, that gets translated into Tamil. If I'm giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility. The multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that, I started getting excited.
So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit, that words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like that vak, what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all this to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words.
Beautiful. Beautifully, we can see how Bhagavan downloaded a new language here. Minerve, she is saying during the kids class, the power manifestation was downloading new languages, and Genesis translated the sentence "we are gods" to French, getting it correctly. I'm sorry, I can't read that French line, but beautifully she has translated. Of course, French is not a language that we are familiar with. Thank you, Swamiji, for manifesting those beautiful cognition through us. Just like that, the kids are able to manifest these powers. These are not just for kids. These are for everyone to experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Now, you can get ready with Jnananjan. If you're having the Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. And if you have a camera that's beautiful, you can take pencil and paper. You can do two things. If you have a partner, if you're sitting with somebody, ask them to give a question in a different language and you can translate it to English. Or you can write words in English and translate it to whichever language you think is appearing and write it down. And at the end of the session, do not open now, but end of the session, you can use Google Translator to verify the details. We'll have 2 cycles. Now we'll start with 1 cycle. If you got all the words correct, you have manifested the power. If you just experience the oneness and have the Kundalini Shakti and got like a couple of words, that is excellent. You have started manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Even if you are not manifesting, Bhagavan says, we are Paramashiva. Now let's get into the deep meditation. Bhagavan has initiated us, given the powerful cognition, the samyamas. All this is making us more and more alive and aware. The more we are aware, the more we are alive, not letting the thoughts rule our life, but we taking the control, the responsibility. We will simply merge into the higher science, higher reality, consciousness. Just be with the mind. Just watch it. Do not have to do anything with it. It's like a flower. How the bee is making all the noise. And simply the minute it sits on the flower to drink the honey, every noise is gone. Same way, we can just be with the mind. Whatever appears, just see it as a beautiful flower which is blooming, and whatever thoughts are coming, just watch it. And whatever we have, keep unclutching from that. This thought is not me. This thought is not me. And I don't belong to the thought. I am not the thought. Whatever, even our body is hurt. Even today, we don't say my body is hurt. We say I am hurt. Only the delusion gets hurt. So we ourselves know very clearly it is the delusion which is sitting inside us, which is creating all this confusion. We can never be hurt because we are consciousness. Paramashiva can never be got hurt. The atoms and molecules which are vibrating in quantum space is who we are, the Paramashiva space. And we are the ultimate reality which exists and connected to everything in the universe and all the lokas. We can never be anything which is missing. We become the absolute, infinite. And we merge into the ocean itself, which is also infinite. So nothing can be taken away, nothing can be added to us. Hold that powerful space. I am Brahmanya Bahuputratam, favorite inheritance of cosmos. I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti. Sit with 25 heads, with 75 eyes and 50 hands. beautifully in the presence of Bhagavan. You're sitting in presence of Bhagavan. The presence will take you into the deepest space. All we need to do is chant the Mahavakya, merge into the oneness space, and simply entangle with Bhagavan, who is in that space, and experience the reality as manifestation of our life. It is not just the Sarvagnyatva. Whatever blocks we have, the self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred simply disappears in the presence of the Master. Bhagavan, God himself has come as a Guru who has given us this initiation. All we need to do is experience that. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya, write down whatever Bhagavan shows. And at the end of the session, we will verify it authentically. Now drop everything, unclutch from everything, have a complete completion. When you have, they say, the phantom leg, that even after the leg is gone, somebody feels like scratching. Bhagavan beautifully says, it is there in the mind. Your body is not there in physically that you think it is there. It is only there in the mind. Again and again, even science have proven that. Now drop the body, drop the mind, drop your gadgets. Only be in the space of Paramashiva, in the presence of Paramashiva, and chant the Mahavakya continuously.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. If you have manifested the powers, you can share it. If you feel there's something that need to be completed, drop it at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Whenever we drop anything at Bhagwan's lotus feet, we get rid of it completely and also have powerful cognition that we start more and more imbibing the superconscious space, the Paramashiva space in all of us. Each one of us is Paramashiva. Each one of us experience the ultimate reality, and we merge into the ocean of ultimate reality. We can experience all that there is. That is how they knew the science, and we can experience. It is 4 states: the deep sleep and dream state, waking state, and the superconscious state. We can be in any of the 4 states that we want. But once we experience the higher intelligence, we would like to be there in the higher space, like how our waking state is more time than the sleeping state, because we know this is more intelligent and than that. We don't do the other way around. Same way, we wake up to the higher reality, then the whole science shifts into the next cognition level of living as intelligence itself, rather than we deriving intelligence out of something. We become the intelligence itself. That whole cognition shift that needs to happen inside us, which is what Bhagavan says, Jnana, Vairagya, Bhakti. The Samadhi space is Dhyana, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. How a windmill works or a turbine works. There is a dam of water. It dams the water like so that it is covered and the whole area of the water is covered, and after that they put a pipe. That is the next dharana, and then they run a turbine. And dhyana, when they do that, it simply generates electricity. When you bring yourself to that space, I am Paramashiva, and everything that is happening to us is a happening. It's a dream which is happening, but that is not us. So holding that cognition again and again inside us, and whatever we cherish, we become that. So if you're cherishing I am Paramashiva and all these are happening on my screen, which is the reality, which is the perception which is happening, but it does not touch me. It is happening, yes, but it is not touching me. When we are able to disconnect from whatever self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred we have, Bhagavan says, we merge into the oneness space of Paramashiva. We surrender to Bhagavan's lotus feet. And Bhagavan simply manifests all the abundance and all the reality. He's waiting to see who can experience, who can come inside so that he can give everything, all the gifts of Paramashiva. So let's have one more cycle. Just surrender everything, especially when we talk about language. We say, oh my God, this is not my power. Third eye is easy. There is no such thing as one power is easy or one power is difficult. Bhagavan says, even if you moved a coconut, even once, I am already manifesting in you and nothing can be closed at all. As far as there is no Guru Droha, nothing can closed, and nor the chemical nor anything lifestyle can close it. It is so powerful. It's more than the, Bhagavan says, the nuclear force, how you exist as Paramashiva. So nobody can remove anything out of you. Hold that powerful space and leave your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Only that we should get doubt about. That is not us. And why are we holding on to that? The reality is I am Paramashiva. I am the ultimate. I am the consciousness. I am Paramashiva, the ultimate, who I can be. So hold that cognition, powerful space and complete completion with all other space. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Drop all the gadgets for a few minutes. Just be in the deep meditative state and experience the oneness by chanting the Mahavakya. When you chant, the verbalization, visualization is gone. All you remember is Bhagavan's grace, Bhagavan's smile, Bhagavan's gesture, and the awesome look of Bhagavan, the blessing of Bhagavan, the words of Bhagavan, Bhagavan chanting the mantra. All this becomes your memory and continuous happening inside you. And when that happens, when you allow Paramashiva to reside in your pure space by chanting the Mahavakya, he resides and he starts manifesting all your reality. He makes every connection possible, every abundance possible, every healing possible. Hold that space and experience that oneness. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya to experience the power of Sarvagnyatva. Please write your questions clearly so that the answer appears and you can write down the answers in a different language.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes.
Paramashivoham.
Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes, and whatever you have written, please use the Google translation for verifying the details. And if you got it correctly, please go ahead and share it in tinyurl.com/manifestation. The ultimate gift prasada that we receive from Bhagwan, to understand that it is not just some words, but it is much more than that, as only conscious reality that we are experiencing this. Nothing as this siddhas or some magic. It is simply a prasada from higher consciousness that you can materialize as words, and we can experience the higher reality. So share it with the world that I am Paramashiva and everybody is Paramashiva, and simply you'll experience more and more the Paramashiva space in all of them. Again and again, Bhagavan beautifully says that each one of us is Paramashiva, whether we believe it, whether we understand or not, whether we believe it or not. So we are Paramashiva. So please share and thank Bhagavan. Every time we are in gratitude, that is the shortest distance to our master. The shortest distance between you and the Guru is the gratitude space. When you are in deep gratitude, you are in deep surrender, because then you know that everything he says is reality. Then if he tells you that Brahma Tattvamasi, you will simply become that. Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi. You simply become that. So more and more when we share, we understand the gratitude space more and more by contributing to others' life. We understand how much is contributed to our life. So go ahead and share whatever powerful cognition, or you're doing the samyama. Go ahead and share to the world that you are Paramashiva, experiencing Paramashiva in oneness with Paramashiva. And if you see the $, you can contribute to Paramashiva Kailasa as ultimate gift. He's offering so much of gifts for all of us to experience and completely soak in that before he gives the next instruction. So offer your gratitude and contribution to Paramashiva and share and tag your friends and family. And thanking all of you for coming here and manifesting all these powers. With that deep gratitude and earning space that I am Paramashiva, let's end this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, and see you